Hello, greetings, and welcome
Hello.
to Waking Lions podcast, sort of episode one, so to speak. Brand new here on Fluid Vision and also going out on Payne's Games. I'm joined here by Steve. How you doing, Steve?
Good afternoon. Very good indeed.
Excellent, and we are here to provide some broad live coverage of the Uniting the Kingdom march or festival, as it's been stressed as a festival, a celebration, obviously
Yeah,
headed
right.
up by Tommy Robinson. Well, I mean, this is the thing, we'll get into it. We'll get into it real quick, but we'll just do a very little quick bit of housekeeping. We have been away for a little while over August. Obviously, the Online Safety Act has come into play. So we've been checking our bases with that to make sure that all of our content meets standard and whatever, so we don't get whooped off the internet. And of course, in the process of doing that, we decided, hey, why not do this stream right here, right now, which will probably totally undo everything.
Probably ban us completely.
Exactly.
Oh well, out with a bang, eh?
Yes, exactly. And now I myself as well, we've been on a little bit of a holiday because I needed a bit of a break. But then as soon as I came back, I got kidney stones. So I've just passed them a couple of days ago. But that basically is my explanation of where I've been. And of course, Steve, yourself, you've had some construction underway, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, yes, erections in the back garden.
Well, you are
If
at the
anyone
base of
remembers Monty Tom, they're not as grand as his.
you are at the base of Kit Hill after all. So you know.
We're trying to shore it up so it doesn't come down and collapse on top of us.
Yeah. That's what we...
you mean the more famous aspect of Kit Hill?
Yes,
Car park
yeah.
number one, indeed.
I was about to say that's
Yeah, no.
probably the best thing you can hope to come down on you from Kit Hill.
Yes, dogging Cam is still alive and well.
Yes, indeed, brilliant. Oh, you know what? That actually deserves one of these because we can do this now. What was it? There you go. Let's have one of them.
I heard earlier we was doing the preamble, the testing of our my archaic technology down here. All I could hear was Leo doing the dum tish when I was swearing at the technology, which is my life basically.
Yes,
that's the one.
Yeah.
It's like having Neil Waters in the studio.
Yeah, well, you know, his spirit lives on somewhere. It's lurking
Remember,
around.
he's not dead, by the way. He's not dead.
No,
His
no,
spirit
he
lives
isn't.
on.
No, he's just out there somewhere. I believe he's working on this film. You remember he was talking about making that film.
Yeah.
So he's off making that at the moment. But that's all good because that leaves us here with the Waking Lions podcast, which is, you know, named in multiple facets. There's the fact that it turns out both of us are actually Leos anyway, aren't we?
We are.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the Lions of the UK have been awakening in the weeks leading up to this event right here that we'll be covering. I mean, with that housekeeping out of the way, basically, we are still, you know, upbeat and optimistic, but we are dealing with some... Well, yeah, but we are dealing with some pretty tough times right now across... not just our own great nations, but the United States as well, Australia, Indonesia, Nepal, France, Germany. There's so much going on, and as you'll see from our scroll here, we've got some images up of some of the points that have led up to this today, I feel. And just to speak to that, I mean, Steve, how much have you been keeping up with the protests, with what has been seen as overreach of the police here in the UK, with the arrests of people like Sarah White and Craig from the Epping protests and such?
You can't really miss it, can you? And I think whatever I miss, you fill me in with the gaps. I mean, certainly personally, if you drive through Liscard, for example, at the moment, I can't speak for any other town in the UK, but I'm guessing they're fairly similar. It's the flags.
Yeah.
It's the George flags.
Yeah.
Union Jack flags everywhere. I think we discussed the other day the irony that is almost like a criminal act of vandalism now, despoiling the municipal lampposts with flags of our own country. Yet, no pun intended, with gay abandon, you can put up rainbows and paint rainbows everywhere for Gay Pride Month, which is a whole different situation, a whole different scenario.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think worth bearing in mind that You've obviously been to the States. I've been to
Yeah.
the States, and you go past pretty much anyone's house in the States, and we're not talking about out in redneck country or out in the Bible Belt. Without exception, every citizen there pretty much is flying the US flag in their front garden from a flagpole. You go to any event down there before they start the event. Is there any servicemen in the audience? Put your hands up. You dare do that across here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Um,
it's interesting because patriotism is something that is absolute with, it's almost hand in hand with American, from day one.
Seems to be.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. I have family in America. God bless them. I hope they're well and safe because it is crazy times out there. I've been there many times, and we've been talking about many of the things, such as the horrific event in Utah this week. And this is, like their own sheriff said, this is a town of patriots. This is a town in Utah, which is a state, is known for its beautiful landscapes, its wonderful architectures, its quaint villages and towns. The sheriff himself said he wished to be able to say that this wasn't one of our own, but unfortunately it turned out that it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
and and I feel that pain, man, because no one wants to know that anyone in their environment has been radicalized to such a point that they do such a thing as this, and it is just so far from the patriotism upon which the country was built for even America, pardon me, to have this surgence of people who are against flying the American flag. Even, this really goes back to, the Confederate flag thing. You remember that?
Oh, crikey. Yeah. Well, General Lee, most famously on Dukes of Hazzard,
Yes. Yeah,
reference back to the 80s.
Yep.
Yeah, that was proper redneck, wasn't it? It was sort of considered back in the day, that was almost a red flag to a bull. That was almost our St. George's flag.
Yeah, they've been through this. This is the thing, like, in many ways, they often say that, in some ways, the US is 10 years ahead of us. In some ways, we're 10 years ahead of the US. It depends
well
whether you're
behind.
talking about dispersing your flag or hideous drug crime. Like, it works in both directions.
Absolutely. We ought to be
and
ahead on that.
That's the thing that is worrying about the society at the moment, is that in the UK here, we have seen protesters like Sarah White, like Craig from Epping, like young Bob, even a young boy in his early 20s who is TikTok reporting, arrested for no good reason. And that feels like government overreach of the most extreme fashion there. And it seems like on one particular sort of extreme of the Overton window. But then this week, just in 14 days, we've had the senseless, visceral, unprovoked murder of a young woman on a train.
Yeah.
Which is at the bottom end.
Where was that reported?
And yeah, where was that reported?
Broadly, not on the main news. You had to really hunt it. Well, you had to hunt it out, because obviously it popped up on the social media feeds.
Yeah.
But wasn't like, the first headline of the day probably was old Harry.
Yes.
Ex-Prince Harry visiting the country, which is not really news.
Yes, well, again, there's so many layers of distraction upon distraction upon distraction in the news cycle. And I mean, that was on that sort of lower end that, this is just a random person sat on a train. And within that 14 days that we have gone through that, you then get the top end of it of what has sadly happened to Charlie Kirk. And that Overton window now has been pushed so far to the far left and to, in many cases, the far right as well. I mean, one of the things that they keep saying here is, the Republicans don't do this sort of stuff. The far right don't do this sort of stuff, And
someone does.
Well, this is the thing. Like, unfortunately, it is a pendulous effect. Like Newton said, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right?
Absolutely.
And the extreme push that's been going on with the extreme left progressivism, has led to the opening of this doorway for whatever one may think of whether, because there are stories out there that, people are immediately trying to study every frame and try and pick out, for example, gentlemen behind Charlie Kirk adjusting their hats and stuff.
Oh, making the hand signals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And this is the thing, unfortunately, because this Overton window has been blown so far wide now, it's hard to discount certain things these days, do you know? Like, you look at the JFK assassination, you look at MLK.
Still rumbling on now.
Yeah, exactly. You will never get satisfactory answers to any of the investigation going on behind what's happened to Charlie Kirk, or, I believe, the Butler investigation from Trump last year. You know,
We want a conspiracy theory. We love a conspiracy theory.
and they're happy to let that roll. Again,
Of course they are. Facts.
the fog of war falls quickly, very quickly these days. So, I mean, that's how there's some of how we've led up to today's events, where like we've had these encroachments upon the civil rights of people, basic fundamental rights of freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of life, even of in the case of Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely.
To the extremes. And over the week, we have seen eruptions across the globe. Australia out in protests in their hundreds of thousands across Sydney,
Which
Perth,
is very
Melbourne.
rare.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, there have been, vigils in America, but then we've also got France. Paris has been ablaze, hasn't it? The last couple of days.
Yeah.
Germany, their government has collapsed, and they're in such a political state that they're now just outlawing, much like France with Marine Le Pen, actually, both of them trying to outlaw, basically, or illegitimize their opposition.
Yeah.
It's an incredible, it's a risky play, to try and go down that route. And all of these things, one by one, like I say, seems like dominoes falling. And
it's a erosion, isn't it? It's like water dripping. It is insidious. It is slowly getting into everyone's soul. It's like damp, isn't it? Like arthritis. It just starts off and then suddenly the whole country's riddled with it, and it is not good at the moment.
Well, it does bring us on to this thing about ideology, isn't it? The problem we're seeing before us is the unfolding of ideology is becoming everything. It's a replacement for religion.
Yeah.
There's many people out there that have said that the age of religion was over, but look, even at, we're gonna probably encroach into an area here that many people will find fairly controversial, but you will see it on, as we view right now, for those that are listening, we've got video footage up on from
US and
reporters.
Yeah.
Yep, live in London at the festival, and there is a very strong Christian response to this. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I've been following what's been going on. I'd actually intended that we went live earlier, but obviously with technical issues and also like just basically in the process of rebuilding studios and outhouses and whatever else. But I've been watching what's been going on. I experienced firsthand the other week, well, not firsthand, but I viewed via firsthand on the ground people in the scrum a 70-year-old woman be pepper sprayed in the face, along with an 11-year-old child.
Have you sang about that? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Have we heard any follow-up on that? Is anything actually going to be done about that?
No, of course not.
No, absolutely not. And, there's legitimate outrage on that, right? But then you go to last weekend, where I spent, 9.5, 10 hours watching Action for Palestine protesters be lifted and removed from their protest, over the course of an entire day. And it does beg that.
When is the
it does beg
the
that
rule
question,
of the law of.
Because it's you can't talk about two-tier policing in a broad sense with that. Yeah, they went out and arrested a bunch of people on both sides. However, you can still observe the two-tier policing in the way they handled it. But I mean, really,
Yeah.
what this seems to be coming back to is like having watched all of that, almost every one of the protests, they've said the Lord's Prayer at least once. They've all asked everyone to come together as a Christian nation and say the Lord's Prayer, and then you look at the raging, screaming ideology going on last weekend. Not a Lord's Prayer to be seen anywhere. Just a whole bunch of ideologically infected people getting carried away willingly to be arrested in inverted commas. It does start begging that question of, is this like the beginning of an age of spirituality versus ideology?
It is. They then will become the new martyrs.
Yeah.
These ones that are willingly being dragged away. It's a badge of honour. It's you speak of Tommy Robinson. That's now a badge of honour. I've done time for my beliefs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is again where you have to be very careful with the people that are being brought forward, because again, one of the big things with Charlie Kirk is that he was a moderate. He was really a moderate, even in comparison to Tommy, right? Tommy himself, I've been keeping an eye on what he's been saying, and this week he has fairly openly admitted, dude, this guy was an extreme moderate compared to me. I've been to jail for what I've done. He used to run, like he admits, he used to run very violent activism back in the day, which he's learnt from in his word. Okay, I'm going to give him his, grant him for that. If that's what he says, fair enough. But now Charlie's gone. What fills that void?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Does the Overton window now move further outwards? Because he was a moderate. And I don't know how much you've seen of the American response to this, but they are pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, they are not happy. I've seen an awful lot of commentation going on about this, and it's not even just Americans, right? The body language guy, Jesus Enrique Rosas, I suggest anyone go check out his channel. He's Venezuelan, and he's outraged about what's going on here. They're all saying this is a tipping point, a turning point for the USA.
No, you're right, it is. It is. No, absolutely. It's got to go one way or the other, isn't it? And it's unfortunate. I think it's going to go the way that nobody wanted to go.
Well, this is what I've been hoping with today's festival here, which, as we're watching the footage, it is looking fine. Everything's looking good. This is the sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, up in the top left, we've got Resistance GB, their live stream. And then on the right, I've forgotten who that is. I think that's Robbie Rampage on the right, top right-hand corner.
He's just like an American wrestler.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, this is one of the things. Shout outs to all of the auditors out there, STB Audits, AY Audits, Mondi Media, Young Bob, all of these citizen journalists on the ground doing citizen journalist work that you are not going to see in the mainstream media. And this is again where
you're not.
Disconnect out there. It is such a vast disconnect between people of my parents' generation who are so detached from reality because all they absorb is BBC, Sky, Guardian, Mirror, Sun, whoever it is of the old establishment. And it should be reminded to people that old establishment included the Mirror, which included Robert Maxwell. Okay, these people are not our friends. They never have been. Right? They're always there. I mean, look at the other people like Max Clifford. Exactly. How many more of these people do we need to mention before we find that the media have never been our friends? Okay, they've always been there as a tool of the state. And this is where I do worry with what we were just saying about this turning point in America. At least here, one thing we've got here, right, is this unique situation to a degree where the majority of the country, and it cannot be argued now, the majority of the country want Starmer gone.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean that would be a correct statement.
But if you believe the election results, most of the country wanted him in.
Well, again, there's that.
Buyer's remorse.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many questions over that. Like, that would be an entire, podcast on its own, I feel, to try and address, like,
Several.
etc. Oh, my mic just dropped out there. The Tower Hamlets situation, things like that. There's a lot of question marks over that election that, again, for me, is like vindication to a certain degree. There's an awful lot of vindication going on at the moment where I've alluded to the fact that we've only ever been given the illusion of choice in any election since, the modern democracies were formed. But at least here we have got this absolute massive push. Like, we need Labour gone. Well, that's the thing. We need Starmer gone, but moreover, we need Labour gone. But actually, even moreover than that, we need Labour, we need the Tories, we need Reform, we need the Lib Dems, we need the Greens. We need them all gone.
Yeah.
Because politics, as it stands, does not work. It is not representative of the people. It is not by the people, of the people, for the people.
Not at all.
We look at these
they may well
go on.
Yeah, so they may well mock, the Russian situation. Or Putin always wins, always a rigged election. But we're probably going no different, really.
No, I mean, this is the thing. There's a massive architecture being uncovered globally at the moment. I mean, I'm quite surprised this week. We've seen an awful lot of people suddenly cotton onto the Fabian Society. And I'm sat here like Muggins going, really? Like, you didn't know Tony Blair was a Fabian? Are you sure about that? Like, and this is one of the things that's unfortunate, is that it's absolutely applicable to the human mind that many, many, many of us cannot necessarily understand that. I have no clue about some of this stuff, but again, it's because it was a real niche thing, politics. It was a real niche thing, political history. A lot of this stuff is usually swept under the rug as conspiracy, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we love a conspiracy. We actively seek out conspiracies, it seems.
Yeah, but then you come across something like the Fabian Society, which is very open in its actual fundamental existence. And yes, we are out there. Yes, we are trying to slowly creep cultural Marxism into society. And here we are at a point where we have these marches going on. We have a lot of people collecting now, and the government's behavior over the migrant hotels, over the protection of certain groups, over literally in their own words saying that the protections of asylum seekers or migrants, depending on how you look at it, supersedes that of the British people.
Yeah, Trump's taxpayers, people that pay to be here, it's superseding Trump and all of that. You try and go over to their countries and get laws changed. It won't happen.
I mean, in any other sort of system, surely this would be regarded as actually seditious, at the very least, right?
Yes,
and I can understand why a lot of people would jump to that as a reason for these protests and these marches and today's festival to be happening. And with what we've seen from the government here in the week leading up to this, like Angela Rayner, Yvette Cooper, look at David Lammy, people like this.
Yeah.
Every single step of
the
way.
You wouldn't even employ them in a company. You wouldn't even give them a job in a business, these people, because they're unemployable.
Well, again, and this is where we've strayed so far from what government should have been. It should be of the people and by the people, right? In the sense that why have we got someone who doesn't know how stamp duty works anywhere near public finances or public office?
Housing, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, like, come on.
They just seem, it always just seems to be the irony, doesn't it? So you'll have like the health minister who then takes his kids to a private hospital, private doctors, and again, probably the education minister having a private school, and they don't seem to see the irony and think, let's just look into this a little bit deeper. It's not even that deep.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the thing. All right, back in the day, and this is one of the things with the dissemination of information in the modern information technology age, is back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, hell, you could assassinate a president and get away with it. And That's just a straight fact, right?
Absolutely,
You
yeah.
know,
Even
and
though we're still conspiracizing about it
mhm.
60 odd years later.
Yeah, yeah, even with official government document releases, apparently, you know,
Apparently, allegedly, with massive redactions.
yeah,
You never get to the bottom of any of this. You know, we could do a whole series, I dare say we will, on the conspiracy theories.
oh, absolutely.
I
I
mean, look,
mean, we could do plenty of episodes, and yes, you're absolutely right. We absolutely intend to cover a lot of them, but
I'm just wondering, the people we're watching here, how many are going to be spending a night in the cell this evening?
yeah,
You know, this
yeah,
poor innocent chap here, and he's rocked up, he's got his chinos, he's got his blazer, he's got a club tie. Nice old boy, he's going to be arrested, I guarantee you. Because
pepper
he's no
spray for
threat to
you, mate.
anybody.
Pepper spray for
Yeah,
you, old boy.
yeah,
Yeah,
you can just see it now, can't you? Look at the old boy, he's got to be 70 odd, bless him.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if we can hear a little. Let's have a little. See if we can have a listen to what he's saying.
I'm now just witnessing what's happening here to see if hopefully things will, as I wanted them all to do, stay the same.
Hopefully.
Thank you, old boy.
Well, thank you very much. Catch you soon.
I think we missed his little speech, but from what I gathered at the
I've
end
got
there,
nothing at this end at all.
yeah, so what I gathered from the end of that, like, we just missed what he was saying there, but what I gathered from the end of that was he was saying something along the lines of how he just wants it to not change anymore, or go, stay the same way, things to stay the same way and be better. And I'm paraphrasing, I'm putting words into his mouth, so, don't take my word for
It's
it.
an oxymoron, though, isn't it? Stay the same way and improve. Well, it can't stay the
Well,
same way because it's a shit show at the moment.
yeah, like, well, I mean, I think maybe he was talking about, like, in a reminiscent fashion, like, from his experience of the good old days. Because this is one of the things, I don't know about you, right, but
Long gone.
anyone that knows us here, right, Fluid Records, Fluid Vision, we've been trying our absolute damnedest to do stuff in the local area around Cornwall, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
It's not,
it sort of it speaks of the wider range, doesn't it? I know what you're going to say.
yeah, like, I mean, it has been a struggle to get anything off of the ground because the support from council and all that doesn't exist, does it? Like, they're actually there to get in our way and stop us from doing these things, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But if you want something stupid done, they'll do it. I mean, go about those flaming stupid gates and archways they're going to put up for
Yep.
the expense of £40,000. We're going off topic a little bit.
Well, I mean, I don't
It
know.
happens locally, it happens nationally.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is the thing. I don't know if we are that far off topic relating to what's going on in London right now, right? Because all of these people are coming from across the country. I know people from here,
Yeah.
from Cornwall, from across West Country who are up there right now. I know people from Falkirk that are there. I know people from the Midlands and Bristol that are there today. Okay, this is literally a nationwide thing. And we've experienced firsthand the London tendrils that reach out into infect all of the local councils. I mean, we don't need to even think about like our previous councillors or anything. We just need to think about the one act of we tried to put on an event in a local town, and
Yeah.
it was like rug pulled from us at the very last minute. And even to a point of being offered an opportunity to sort of get in with the boys if we just played ball and did it their way, right? As that
Yeah, I think that was the thing,
verifiably
wasn't it? Getting in with the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting in bed with the devil.
But then you fast forward to this year, and well, I mean, we've had one event, I think, last year towards the end of the year. I think it was the Christmas fair or something like that. And then we had another event this year, or two events this year, one of which was very sort of publicly questioned because it was held on, was it Armed Forces Day or something? And both of
was
these
that? Yeah,
events were managed by a company called Diverse Events. And if you recall, they were the guys that put up all of those yellow signs all around the place saying that, the road was going to be closed and whatever. And when looking into them, you find Diverse Events in this context is partially registered in Plymouth. But then you check the registrar or the person who registered it, and the director of the company is actually from London.
Oh, absolutely.
So we got
It's,
our own council and members thereabouts, like actively sort of working with other groups within the area, and to outsource these festivals, these marches, these carnivals, all of this stuff up to London, essentially.
Which
via
they won't be
public.
doing for free, these companies. They're not doing
Well,
it for altruistic reasons,
it's a
you would think.
CIC. It's a CIC, dude. Yeah. So again,
It's
like,
looking
where's
busy up
the,
there now. Just going,
well, where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from?
Exactly.
I mean, again, we know firsthand how expensive it is to put this stuff together. We put these shows on every year for cancer research, don't we?
gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So where's the money coming from to rock up in the centre of a town here in East Cornwall, South East Cornwall, and just stick up a massive stage with a sound system, couple K sound system? Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at least 4 or 5 grand. Like, we know what the sales cost for that sort of thing.
Yeah, let alone closing
Yeah.
the roads, the cost of closing the roads, the license to
police,
close
extra
the roads,
policing,
the
probably.
policing, yeah,
Yeah.
because police have to be hired because they're a service, not a force anymore. Yeah.
That's
And this
it.
is what I mean, like-
brown envelopes from Ryman, a lot of those going.
Yep. So our flags get torn down. Yeah.
I'll bet,
our-
posters.
Yep. Well, I mean, our flags in this term of this last few weeks, right? The flags get torn down.
Oh, okay.
And they get put back up again, yeah, and they seem to be staying at the moment. But those flags were torn down at first, yeah. Our events are stifled and outsourced to London, yeah.
Yeah.
Only the London message is allowed to thrive amongst that, you know. It's culturing all of our towns and cities, you know, even this far out in the countryside, you know.
Yeah, which you wouldn't think. You think you're fairly immune to it, Dan. I know certainly we've both moved from different areas, and it is, we are behind down here. In a lot of respects, we are sort of 10, 20 years behind, which is nice, and a lot of things don't affect it, but then suddenly things like this suddenly do.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned that as well. It's like, maybe you would agree with me, but certainly for us, we escaped London. We got the hell down here literally the day lockdown started. Okay.
Yes,
and as we
we
were
were far
leaving,
behind.
yeah, and as we were leaving, we're hitting the M3 behind us. Right, there's the dome lowering over London now, like Stephen King's The Dome. Yeah, whoever wrote that, yeah. And we get out here, and then lockdown happens, and over that period, the areas we've moved to have seen the worst and fastest decline in local businesses, local amenities, facilities, resources, etc. Right?
Totally.
And then we come out through that and we suddenly start finding that, for example, Premier Inn is trying to, or at least it did try in our area, to convert over to one of the migrant hotels, didn't it?
Yeah.
And
What's happened to the Elliott House at the moment?
Well, this is one of the things we do have. I think I can probably say I've alerted our auditors. There are auditors that are currently, they have the details. They are currently planning to come down and have a look around Elliott House and see what's going on.
That's definitely being done by the back door, I think, at the moment.
Well, if Premier were offered all that money and had to turn it down because the Parish Council said no, and
Got to go somewhere.
well, I mean, if you're just down the street and you're not getting any business because no one's coming to visit the town because over lockdown they managed to shut down every single reason for anyone to actually come to the bloody town, and now spend.
There wasn't many.
Yeah, you know, see how it works hand in hand. Yeah, they dry up the local businesses, all those little villages, all the businesses closed down. Yeah. And no one has any good reason to come to see that town. Let's take Lou as an example, yeah? You starve Lou of business like that, so that Kelly's shuts down, the Harry Potter shop shuts down, you know, Mystery Ninja shuts down, etc., etc. God forbid. But they squeeze them until they're all gone, which means there's no trade there anymore. Therefore, the hotels are no use. So, hey, here's a bung of fat money for you to convert it into a migrant hotel. And if you're at the Elliott and you're already a partial HMO, it makes perfect sense to go, hey, if Premier doesn't want that money, I can make a quick buck here and get out. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened.
You can't blame them.
I'm not
You
saying
can't
that's
blame
what
them
happened, though.
if
Let me
I-
make that absolutely clear. I am not saying that's what's happened. But
You can see why people do it.
yeah, exactly.
It's business, isn't it? You know, if we had a couple of hotels, if we were in that fortunate position and they were empty, you've got to fill them. You've got to pay your staff. You've got to pay your overheads. You've got to pay your land costs or whatever. So it's not their fault. It's the situation. Again, it's blame the game, not the player.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I reiterate, this is a hypothetical right here, based upon the information garnered through the last publication relating to their application to become a full HMO, which was back in June or July, I believe. And the application to become a full HMO was granted on August 4th, I believe it was. And we've had no report about it since.
Even the HMO is a thin end of the wedge. Whether you're going to put migrants in the HMO or not, you're still going to turn that into, what do they call it? Sort of end of time sort of house. What do they call it? Halfway house. That's the one. Yeah. And they've got to go somewhere. We're talking like a different species, these people, but the people that haven't got accommodation or there's not enough houses for, not social housing, that is where they're going to end up.
Yeah.
But who's to say that they are any better, any worse?
Well, again,
we all know
it
there's
speaks to
social housing situations.
Yeah, well, it speaks to an even larger problem, doesn't it? Because it's already a partial HMO, and as we know one person, funnily enough, who lives right next to it, right? And they've already had problems.
He's happy.
He's not. They've already had problems there persistently over the last couple of years. And
he's right on it there, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, and like it may well be that it's just people from Manchester. I'm hearing a lot of people around town saying that there's a lot of people from up north come down who are being relocated specifically because they are people with problems or they're on probation or whatever. And again, that still speaks to a larger problem that's a problem to deal with. But
yeah, but we don't need to be. We don't need to be important, do we? There's no problems down here. It's the poorest county in the country, I would venture. Mm-hmm. And you look at the triangle of Bodmin, St Austell, Camelford. That's a triangle. I'm going to go to a pentagon and hexagon with it in a minute. But it's just like that area. And if you ever get involved in the whole social housing situation, on the other side of it, both these people doing property inspections and whatever, and if they are just shove and put at a post. You get bad areas. Okay, we'll shove them over to Camelford. Yeah. We don't need to go there. We'll put them in Bodmin, and you can't. I used to make quite a big thing on my show a few years ago. The local papers, any ne'er-do-well was from Bodmin.
Yeah.
You couldn't move for anything that was going on, whether it be sex offences, drug-related violence, whatever. You paddle up and they come from Bodmin.
It's interesting you say that, because I'm literally only talking 4 days ago with someone in town who had moved here from Bodmin because they couldn't put up with it. I work with someone actually also who he's a driver, and he's moved down from Bodmin because you may remember there was tragically a young man assaulted there and killed not too long ago.
The nightclub guy, yes. The bouncer, or the
no, not the bouncer. Sorry, the kid outside the nightclub.
Yes.
Yeah, so he knew that kid from school, and that was his mark to get out of Bodmin, and he's moved down these ways as well. And it's the thing like that. I mean, society itself has enough problems, as you say, as a baseline standard in the UK. And I think
it's important that this isn't going the racist route. It's not even about the immigrants. This is from our own country. Yeah, they've got a problem in Manchester. Let's send them down here.
Yeah, exactly.
Deal with it. Get your own house in order.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where we were talking about the Overton window push, where again, because it's part of this push. If they had dealt with this years ago and actually stopped anyone coming in and gone, look, everyone that's here right now, we're going to process.
We can't deal with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm talking way back. I mean, even like if Blair had come in and he wasn't a raging Fabian cultural Marxist, right? If he had come in, something. Well, he is definitely he is like the sort of people think
how he's not been done for war crimes.
Well, because he's part of the overall elite, which again, if people do enough research, you will see why the Jepstein Effie case is totally stalled right now, and it's any distraction to get away from that right now.
Very in bad news, as if we find something else to distract people. Like this, we're watching these live footage at the moment. Yeah. It is looking, I've got to say, very busy for people that are listening rather than viewing. It is looking very busy, and it is really peaceful. But I'm wondering, when this hits Sly News a bit later on, at like 6 o'clock, when it's inevitably all kicked off, you're not going to see these peaceful guys in their Union Jack hats and their bunting. It's like Jubilee Day down there.
Yeah, well, this was what I was kind of coming around to as well with our event singers. You remember how we were talking about like the Queen's Jubilee and the Queen's Passing? How the Britain of old, all of our streets, we would have had lined with tables from all of our houses. Each of our different, tablecloth on it, with a spread of ham sandwiches with mustard, corned beef sandwiches, angel cakes, big flags everywhere. I mean, look, people talk about, the old days, no, dude, look at the photos, this happened. People were doing this in the end of the war all the way up until, the 80s.
I'll say 77, any royal wedding back in the 80s, 77 for Jubilee, the royal wedding. You know what, we're afraid of offending people. We're afraid in our own country of offending people.
Yeah, and this is one of the things, the whole network, like I was saying there, it's all global. It's a globalist thing, because you can see this isn't just happening right here in London, it is happening everywhere bloody else as well.
Yeah.
And one has to
this footage just coming in again, people aren't watching the footage. At the moment, it is just like any festival. It could be Glastonbury, it could be a music festival. These are, in the main, middle class, if you dare say that, well-dressed people. There's not a shaven head in the place. There's no hoodies in the place. There's no balaclavas. This is just people coming together. I say harking back to the days where we used to go and do the Jubilees. We used to do proper things like that. And you can't see anybody here at the moment that is looking like causing any sort of offence. No. They're just here to be part of this, wave their flags and be British. I can't see anybody with masks on, with hoodies. They just look your normal walk-day people.
And this is what really, you nailed something real like, strong about all of this. I kept on mentioning to the good lady driver about this and stuff, right? This is the sort of community I grew up in, right? I grew up on the border of Southall, West London, where horrifically this week, I was talking about escaping London just a couple of days ago. Just a couple of days ago, news came in, Hounslow High Street that we used to shopping, visiting our friend Spud, shout Spud, who lives just off of Hounslow High Street. 2 police officers were assaulted and one stabbed to death in the throat.
Jesus. For no reason, probably. Only they were in the wrong place at the wrong time or wearing police uniform.
Yeah. And what I was showing, as much as I could as well, out of all of this, was this peaceful nature. These aren't violent people, and it's a complete spread. I went through several different protests, okay? And every single one of them, from Epping to Falkirk to Exeter, were reasonable people, stood there just peacefully protesting, but being screamed at by bust-in groups of the same people that you see over and over again. I saw the same redhead chick like 3 times at 3 separate protests, screaming fascist, fascist, and all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know? And meanwhile, these people are standing like veering back, like, no, look, hey, please, like, we're not being violent here. And again, why the police have to be so careful with this particular event, because they are the ones that have objectively been seen being aggressive towards peaceful protesters. You know?
Yeah.
And some of these people, like I say, range from a 70-year-old pink lady to an 11-year-old child. And it's all walks of life. It isn't just like, you know, inverted commas, middle-class people here. We have the working man, the working woman, the people that are cleaning your toilet. Again, it brings me back to Fight Club, okay? Keir Starmer, like, totally missed the first rule of law and the first laws of rule, yeah? Give the people what they want, because now what you see in the streets, right in front of you on camera, for those watching right now on these 2 feeds, like this gentleman walking up to the camera, like that gentleman walking past there, right? You are seeing the people that make your food, that clean your toilets, that clean your clothes, that make the streets safe, that build your houses, that unblock the drains, that do literally everything from bottom to top.
No, totally. This isn't what you would normally expect. As I'm glad there's a lot of union flags there. It's not just St George, which unfortunately St George has got such a bad rap for the last probably 10, 20, 30 odd years.
Well, you only have to look at our blessed new Home Secretary, is it? Yeah. You remember? Did you see what she said? Shabadabadaban.
I mean, I'm not going to go there.
Okay, let me see if I can pull the quote up here. In my area, okay, I'm going to paraphrase this. In my area, the sort of people waving the Union Jack or George flags are white men, nasty people. They tend to be members of the EDL down my end.
Now flip that over, and if that's a British person saying that, if we take careful, I say, if a British person saying that, and suddenly, oh well, they all seem to be of a certain ethnicity, and I think they're all terrorists and bombers and murderers and rapists. Mm-hmm. You could get away with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is again one of the parts of the 2-tier system that people are complaining about.
Racism, surely, say all whites are like that, racism.
Well, also, it's fundamentally inaccurate. The EDL hasn't existed for over a decade. Okay,
that's like speaking of the National Front, isn't it? When that disband.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because immediately I thought of NF and C18. Do you remember C18 as well? Yeah. These were like proper bad people, man. Like, these were next level lunatics on the fringe.
Yeah.
Isn't that correct? These were lunatics on the fringe back in our day.
Totally.
The total.
It's like the organised football hooliganism back in those days.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Americans want a context, well, American listeners and viewers, American History X. Think of that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, when people watch American History X, they just stop and think that that's all of America.
Well, they're only 200 years old in America, aren't they? Got no history anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what a lot of them are saying. This is that they're young and dumb, but at least they will absolutely stand up, you know, for their rights to their amendments, the amendments of their second and third.
Yeah, I think they always have, haven't they? But it's a different way to do it these days.
Yeah, well, again, this is where they, to come back a little bit to where I was saying we have a unique position here of the state of our government, the state of affairs, the state of society, versus America, where I'm not sure you can argue that the majority of Americans hate Donald Trump at this point.
It's getting things like, you measure it by, I mean, crikey, was it the GDP the other day? You measure it by, that's like a company. It's like running a business. But yeah, these people want to run a business. I mean, at least Donald Trump is a businessman.
Well, yeah, but I mean, again, that's false GDP, because you flood the country with a whole bunch of undocumented people, your GDP figures tend to go up, or tend to look better.
Yeah. They don't look good at the moment.
Well, they're not looking good now, because fundamentally, like, the bubble that creates is burst, isn't it? You know, there's only so far you can push the system before it completely collapses under its weight. And it's where I keep drawing people back to Plato, man. Read Plato, read the Atlantean theory, right? Like, it's all there. It's all there. It's like, you see it in the societies that have come before. It's the Greek society, the Egyptian society, the Roman Empire, yeah? They get to this point of the elite being so elite and so far separated from people, and the people under the elite, you know, so the people rise and the elite fall, and we dissipate into Ludditism for a while, I feel.
Mm. Now, they're all, again, mustering, what's in the right-hand feed here. I'm not sure whereabouts that is, but there's a lot of them congregating and mustering. I don't quite watch time anything is happening here. Well, this is just really it. There's going to be an organised march past Parliament. What are they going to do?
Well, this was one of the things as well that I was intrigued by.
There's no such thing as the transgenders on the case on there as well now.
They got some
this is the thing. They got things, no such thing as transgender child. So this is where it gets hijacked.
Yeah, well, again, this is something I've seen a lot of, and Tommy Robinson himself said he did not want to go to Mepping or any of these other protests because it would form a distraction from the point. And yeah, well, we've got a whole bunch of people who are trying to infiltrate and divert it to digital ID and stuff like that, which, yes, is a problem. And this Charlie Kirk thing, unfortunately, look, if you want to look at the big picture of things, like, they needed Trump to be at the helm for this, because the people who are probably most vehemently against digital ID was the Republican left. Sorry, the Republican right. So yeah, with this Charlie Kirk thing now, how do you resolve the problem? I mean, you can't just say, you know what, if you're a registered Democrat or you support transmission fluid, right? Just for the YouTube algorithm, right? If you support transmission algorithm or you're a registered Democrat, you can't buy a gun. Is that how they're going to resolve it? I don't think that's going to work. I mean, for a start, you're going to be, what, 30% of your voter base.
Political profiling.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that's not a legitimate way to deal with it. And when the next Democrat comes in, then you just ban it for Republicans, and there you go, your Second Amendment's gone. No, I feel that this is playing perfectly into the hands of Palantir and the digital ID thing, which this process right here may also inadvertently play into the hands of, should people not be very careful and delicate to stick to the damn point.
Yeah, well, you've got all these police vans here. A lot of these police vans probably haven't got busloads of policemen in them. It's going to be cameras.
Yeah.
You're going to be people being filmed, and
well,
next 10, 20 years
now, you keep your eyes open, everyone watching, you'll see yellow coat coppers, and I think they'll often have light blue caps on, and they'll be carrying around poles, gimbal poles with cameras on them. They've been at loads of these protests, and they're only filming one side of the protest. They're absolutely ignoring the Antifers and all that lot. They're only filming the other side. And that was one thing that a lot of us pointed out as a point of concern. Be careful, people. They are using that for facial ID. Yeah.
You think any time going forward now you apply for a job, this stuff's going to come back to haunt them. Right, you're wrong. They're not doing anything wrong here. But then suddenly, and they may well have all forgotten they've gone to these protests and they'll go to an interview. Oh, have you ever been to a protest? No, hang on. There's a picture of you doing it. Totally lost audio. Where we lost audio? If you can hear me, Leo, I've totally lost audio at this end. So carry on. What's going on? Something has died on my phone. I will keep talking, but I'm not sure. I'm interrupting at the moment, but we've got a bit of buffering and a little bit of technical difficulties. I think I've lost Leo completely in my headphones. But for those that aren't watching, again, we have two very, very busy full screens here. There are a lot of people circulating around, all well-behaved, all good-natured at the moment. Lady making a point. It basically says, as Leo said earlier, that a lot of these are your standard walkabout daily people. They, you see them in the shops, they serve in the shops, they do all the jobs that people do, and there's no stereotypes here. There's a lot of Union Jack flags, not so many of the St George's at the moment, a lot of Union Jack flags on here. Guy with a post saying, "We are with Charlie." Back to Charlie Kirk, of course. Just go back to Leo. Leo's microphone, I think, has taken the afternoon off at the moment, so we shall. He's back. He's back. Oh, good. Obviously, that's what you got behind it.
I'll be glad to see you when you get down.
Okay, yes, it is. It is looking busy, but like I said, we're probably going to get a slightly skewed version when it comes to the major media feeds and major news feeds. A bit later on, should it heaven forbid kick off, I really can't see why it should, in all honesty, but I'm sure it certainly will. Give it a few hours, there'll be all sorts of stuff going on down there, tear gas, rubber bullets, hopefully not war cannons, your typical parade, but at the moment, all very, very peaceful. But as we all know, it just takes a few people in masks, hoodies, and things like that to tip the balance. A little bit shoving again. You get a peaceful situation, and like anywhere you get a big crowd, takes two people to push. Suddenly it's chaos, and it's not necessarily done in a bad, malicious way. But that's as soon as it's happened. But also we know a lot of people who are being interviewed at the moment, and they are all just peaceful points. By the looks of it, there's no ranting and raving. There's no arms being thrown in the air. It's just like if you've gone to a football match or any sport occasion, it's all stood outside the stage and wait to get in and have a chat to what's going on down here. But it does look like it is definitely getting busy. It's not really sure what form it's going to take. Whether there is going to be sort of an organised route that this takes or not. I think Leo is looking into that, in where they're allowed to go. It's the other thing. Now you've got free speech, free movement, but no doubt there will be a prescribed route of which they can take, and certain areas where they can't go down, for whatever reason, policing or logistics, which is one of those things, unfortunately. Again, still looking quite, very peaceful down there. Right, makes sense.
Here's a question now. If they get rid of staff, bring in someone who's basically exactly the same, but because they're not a known name, they get benefit of the doubt with the public. Is it not better to have?
No, it is. Yeah, so whether the ones cast off some on the right or the far right, the ones on the right hand side of the screen seem to be like the start of something. This is where it's all heading towards. Move on from the ones to the left are the ones that are going across. So it congregate with the ones on the right hand side of the screen.
God bless you. And so tell us about the Magna Carta thing. Was this stupid? Tell us about the Magna Carta. All manner of rights, trial by jury, large and small. Large, 24-man, small, 12-man. Trial by your contemporaries, not by a judge who's sprung by the state. God bless you. Thank you, Matt.
I didn't, unfortunately. Okay.
Wait till the wind takes it. The wind's going to take it in a second. Wonderful. Thank you, Matt.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. No, totally. Yeah, it's I don't know, again, you're going, it's this two-tier system, it's one rule for one, one rule for another, it seems to trump any common sense or any logic or any laws, it seems when it suits them. What do you mean? It actually like that before long.
Ding dong. Quarter past. Massive pound is going to be coming in behind us. Right. Let's move quickly.
Yeah.
You want to get to the front and try and maintain.
I'm aware of him. He's taking some part in this today. He's quite focused.
So that lady was pretty much bang on.
He met, didn't he, at one point? Still, did he not want to be London Mayor at one point? He's still got ambitions for that.
Firstly, I'm worried about the whole bait and switch. They called it in Canada, they called it in France. So France
Yeah, yeah.
and what did they do? He was so unpopular. They got a guy from his government.
It sounds new for a minute.
Parties and semi-independent, right? Emmanuel Macron. Right? Oh no, he's a French citizen. Oh, you left out of principles. That's exactly what they do. Same over in Canada. Who do they have? Justin Trudeau. What happens? Justin Trudeau's so popular. Oh, he's got no. What do they do? They put in a guy who's basically the same person. Mark Carney. Bait and switch, bait and switch, bait and switch. So I think people like the Psalms got very personally. However, I'm worried about this bait and switch that they're going to do. I'm worried that they're just going to swap one out, swap one in, and I think it's better than, I don't think any of the rest of them are going to be different. Hello. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, crikey. Full on brave.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, baby. Oh, I will be getting to it. I'm actually running back to do that today. I still remember you getting
That's it.
before they beat me out.
Welcome to the mutation.
Right, let's see if I can get into this Tesco's now again. Because otherwise there's going to be no food at all for a
You got a point. You may well have a point. He's certainly got political ambitions from the mayor point of view. Definitely. And what better person you could argue to lead London?
Very quickly.
Because say, yeah, is it a bit further?
Sandwich with bacon. Bacon and egg, there we go. That'll do. Right, sandwich with bacon.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's actually really good.
They weren't invited. Yeah. You're joking. This is Stanley Boy, shall we? Why not? It's totally to you about it. Well, it's not reaching me. I'm still like both of these. They are yeah. It's getting busier. It's definitely getting busier now. You're getting placards. I can't read that one. This is the thing.
Right, more scissors.
Go on. I can't see it. That's not, we're not watching looting taking place, are we? It's very busy. I can't be seen. No. They're not, I can't. No, he's got a bag of crisps, that's okay. Yeah, plus St George's flags. Please. Yeah. See, he's on. This guy's up there. Yeah. You will. Yeah. Oh, you can just pause. You can pause frame. Like any guy walking past with his mouth open at the wrong moment. Look, he's bellowing at somebody. He's clearly not. He's probably yawning. Be free. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Not unexpected. Not unexpected. Yeah. As it is at the moment. It is. There's a lot of people there. It's very condensed on the right-hand side of the screen watching at the moment. There's microphone feed at the moment, but on the right-hand side of the screen, that is a big crowd. Let's put it on the right-hand side there. So let's get ready for something where there's a time scale involved, where there's a template or something to watch each other. It's just quite a long one. There's a lot of people on the right-hand side of the screen now. Yeah. Not sure if Mike can be heard or Leah can be heard. His microphone's on very, very quiet at the moment. His microphone's dropped again. Here's Dave, drop your microphone. It's not showing. snowing too much at the moment. Right outside, there's definitely a very nice crowd. I'm not quite even sure location-wise what it is, but it is certainly a big crowd this afternoon. So we're still hoping it's all looking very peaceful. Some guy there like a medieval garb. It's not a sword, hopefully. It's like a monk from this distance with a robes and such like. Lots of people down there. We shall watch those feeds for a second while we get our microphone back. No doubt he will return momentarily. Busy with the storm clouds gathering above the streets of London at the moment there. Hopefully not a portent of doom, the storm clouds. At least they have good weather for it. You also have a good crowd. Good turnout. Rest assured he is there. We mentioned Middleton earlier. This guy looks vaguely like him, but short not him. There's not a cameras around him. He's just wearing a military beret and a beard. That's a bit out of shape around Middleton, to be fair. But lots of people now in this space, a lot of media there, a lot of can't see any mainstream, it's all a lot of social media, a lot of podcasters down there, citizen reporters going on. Stop the boat, big flag coming through at the moment, stop the boats on a Union flag coming through. And it's definitely what you say, a very good crowd down there at the moment. So further on this podcasting that we mentioned just now, will be diving deep not just in this situation, but also into conspiracy theories. There's a lot of conspiracy theories abounding, like we mentioned. The Kennedy assassination still going, what's that, 67 odd years later. Obviously, it's had 9/11 later, 24 years on, still that rumbles on. You never get a sufficient answer. Anyway, this Mr. Wimpy's out here doing a roaring trade life. Not quite sure how well he's doing there, but he's got hot dogs in his water, his ice creams. Black clouds now. There's a walk toward Parliament on the left hand side of the screen. As long as it's Tower Bridge of London Bridge. I need to get my geography right there, but you can see just Big Ben in the foreground. A lot of people walk across the bridge there. A lot of flags going up. A lot of
Okay, I think we're back. Sorry about that, ladies and gents. Yeah, don't know, like technology just failed us there for a minute, but we are back, and there's me feeding back on my monitor. But we are back indeed with the Unite the Kingdom March, and we have Tommy, I believe, speaking now. So let's hear what he's saying.
Number one in the British charts. Come on, you can do better than that. Not just because it's a good song, because it represents our movement, it represents our voice, it represents our people, and it represents Tommy Robinson. And when the BBC don't have any choice but to play a song of Tommy Robinson and Unite the Kingdom, it's gonna be sweet. Let's unite the kingdom!
Okay, I'm going to drop that down a little bit. I don't want to get any copyright or anything, but there we go. We got okay, so I guess that wasn't Tommy, but it's someone. It's a band. A band is playing. But still, very peaceful, generally. What's going on? Bear with me, I'm still having a few technical issues. Right, so you'll notice as well that Steve has had to bow out for some family business. All the best to him. Hopefully he'll be back at some point in the near future. But for the time being, I'm going to try and stay with this as long as I can, and try and provide what coverage I can. But so far, so good. It's looking pretty good. Definitely got our quality. Let's see if I can I go up a little bit more, maybe? Let's have a little look. No, it still looks like garbage, but hey. A lot of people using potato cameras out there, you know. Bless them, they're bringing us the images from on the ground. I'm proud there from it. Trying to see if I can't save us some bandwidth. We are experiencing a few issues here. So yeah, it's all looking pretty quiet and peaceful. Everything's looking pretty good. Glad to see it as well. Let's see what's going on the other side here. We've got AY Audits on our top left here. He's down there as well. He's been a lot of great citizen journalist work. Oh, we've got a speaker. Let's see if we can listen in, see if we can hear anything. Difficult. We got ourselves some buffer in there. Maybe the quality's a bit. Oh, yeah, wow. It's already a potato quality. Yeah, it's difficult getting images out at the moment. Obviously, we've got a couple of grainy images coming out here. Let's see if right there. Right, we may well have to try someone else. On. I'll see. Actually, stream. Okay, looks like we do have a second angle of this same performance. I think. Alrighty. And in the intermission, the crowd makes their own music for them. Gotta admit, like, yeah, it's not, again, it's not necessarily the best look, really, is it, for a theme song of your movement, is it? Can I not get that other video to not be a complete potato?
To victory.
Give it a try, let's find out. Yeah, I think it's better. Sure doesn't look like it. Okay, so yeah, these guys are playing a variety of things. But like I say, fairly peaceful, looking pretty good, looking like, as it was prescribed, a festival of people of the Great British Isles. Let's see me, I'll just have a little check in on chats, make sure there's no lunatics posting nonsense, so I'll be right back. Oh, holy moderator. Talk about playing some copyright music. Hopefully I don't get struck for that. Okay, we've got slightly less potato feed coming through from the right hand side there. Okay, so yeah, like looks like Whitehall is absolutely packed. You may have heard from the announcement there that it's so full you're not going to get in now. See if I can get this up less potato like. Now we have a little more bandwidth, hopefully. So yeah, unfortunately we did miss out on a couple of bits whilst we were on a bit of downtime there. I have definitely heard a lot of references to Christ is King, Christianity. There's definitely some statements being made there, and there's no doubt, like, we've got a gospel-looking vibe going here, which again reinforces one of my points that I've made throughout all of this, right? These folks were so racist, then surely, like, you know, you wouldn't be staring out there and seeing, like, actual diversity. There's actually a lot of different people out there. You know, it's not just a sea of pasty, right-wing, lunatic, white skinheads, you know? And this is, again, why the media in particular is very worried at the moment. They're concerned that they're losing control of the narrative, and it is through this movement that that narrative is losing its control. There's more people aware these days, way more aware, I would say, than they potentially have ever been. I'm sure there is supposed to be some sort of schedule for all of this. I wish I'd actually checked into that before. Be out there in the chat. Like, give us a shout. Oh, there you go. So yeah, whilst it is lovely to like hear this music and whatnot, at the same time, but where's everyone else? Like, I'm sure there's a lot more people wandering around London. I'm just gonna have a little scope around and uh, have a look. Look at pop it up to that for stop the audio. It looks like they're playing a lot of copyright. I'm just gonna see if we can as next bit as 49 or we're following on YouTube. I was following him earlier, but his I imagine that the networks are absolutely taking a pounding right now out there. I feel not. As just looking for where other people may be, you know. Ooh, nothing but as okay. Looking for some sort of. I don't think A15 either. Looks like it can't get. Yeah, it looks like people can't get. Okay, well, yeah. Been out right now. I'd say the mobile networks must be absolutely overloaded with a number of people streaming, but also they're en masse in a massive like group of people. And we're getting nothing there. Honestly, it is very hard actually now. Has any live stream going? 2C is he on? Not necessarily my go-to guy, but if he's even live, I think he might have dropped out. Oh, yep, he's off as well. Wow, what's going on? Very interesting. We're down to one feed at the moment. That's out. Yep, no, there's nothing else out there at the moment from what from the source I've got. If you know of anyone else to check out, do let me know in the chat. What's up? My mic's a little. I had to do a full How's that? Any better? How about a bit of that? Is that a bit better? Yeah, almost there. A little bit more. Okay. Right. Okay, so right now it looks like it's music time. Really, they're having down there. I'm still checking for if we can get any other angles. So it's very dependent, I think, on where exactly people are and how much bandwidth they've got available on their phone. Or is that too loud? Is it? I don't know. Never satisfied. Wait. That's wrong. That's wrong. Is that better? Yeah. That better. Okay, cool. Haha. So yeah, I'm just filtering through here, and I'm going through as many places as I can to live stream. It doesn't look like it. Looks like a lot of streams have gone down. Now, unless something's happening somewhere specifically, I think it is just entirely a crippling of the Can't say there's really much to report on this. It's all very lovely, very nice. I was just wondering whether we might, like, maybe have a speaker or something. Maybe that's why a lot of other people have gone offline. Is that they're waiting for the thingers to go away. Oh, we've got STB audits playing some the Great Dictator there. Shout out STB audits. But yeah, at the moment it is looking pretty chill, nice vibe, relaxing with some music. Lots of very very patriotic sounding lyrics going on here. Like everyone's spirit roused, I guess. Best thing. If there's anything else going on else. Got some good footage over there on Dan Wotton there. He's got some stuff going on. So if it's a bit quiet on my end, I am just, like I say, still looking around for anything else that may give us a completely different angle for London City events. Again, buffering. Lots of people just not being able to get a stable stable stream out. Well, open out again. Popped out again. Oh, there we go, and they're back again. Just like the rain is absolutely pounding down, but they're gonna work through it. Okay, I think I found another angle over at BP Audits, as they're saying. All live and on the fly, keeping eyes on anyone out there that's there's a complete. Looks like folks are sheltering in the bus shelter. But yeah, okay, so now that we're back online and we're stable again and rolling. So where were we before everything completely crashed and collapsed? I was talking about what do we do next? Like, even if we have a general election, okay, we got a broader problem, and this has been mentioned by a few people out there that have cottoned onto this. I don't think enough people are grasping this. It's all very well and good saying, you know, vive la révolution and all that, but like, if you don't have a plan of how to replace things and get new things running, then you are literally just heading straight towards anarchy. And it's all very well and good saying, oh, we need a new party like, I don't know, Advance or Reform or any of the rest of them. But again, at the end of the day, you're just swapping one thing for another, one crutch for another. What we really need is an overall reform of how the political system works in general. And I would suggest we need like reform furthermore to that of the whole judicial system. Because without reform to the judicial system, we'll still be left with the people that are actually making those decisions, like that gentleman who we saw earlier in the stream with his Magna Carta thing and his commentary. You know, he people should have more control over what happens in governance and decisions that are made. For example, if you want to take it all the way back to, like, you know, Tony Blair, like, which one of us can confidently say we were happy about going to war with under Tony Blair? None of us. None of us. I don't think anyone on either side of the aisle was genuinely convinced that that was a good idea. Was it? It absolutely wasn't. And it goes from that big sort of scale all the way down to the small scale of Epping, you know, and what we saw there is that the public, you know, were completely overridden. There was no one there to make that decision other than a judge, and the judges involved in that case throughout have what could be interpreted at the very least as conflicts of interest. So, you know, again, all of this is really great, but to what ends will it come? Yeah. Let's have a little listen here in the what's going on here? Okay, so we got someone playing some some ringtone versions there, and also what? Now we seem to be losing an awful lot of streams now. Why are they all going down? What's going on? What happened to visit? Even ours just went down earlier as well. Oh, now. Wow. Wow, it's really looking very. Why are all of the streams just going down? Even Tommy's own stream. What is going on? Okay, look. Let's see if we can get, if this guy's not playing stupid. Right, blooming. Bit of audio. No, I really need to have a quick bathroom break. So I will leave you with this for the moment. Okay. I'll be right back, and I will try and find anyone else that is still live, because really strangely, like, everyone's just dropped off.
Not unless two people hold it. Oh, no, yeah. Need an umbrella. Get an umbrella. We got Manchester in the building.
Okay, we have a second angle from local experimentalist, UK. There, finally, we're getting some streams coming back up again. It's got to be the weather. I reckon the weather, combination of the weather, batteries dying, because I'm sure a lot of these guys are running on next level amount of power banks today. God bless them. Pouring down rain. So yeah, I'm going to leave you with this for just a minute while I quickly have a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Hold.
feet are drenched. BBC said 100 for counter-protest, well, and yet there's about 1 million, if not more.
Alright, I'm back. Apologies for that. I just grabbed more refreshments on the week. Got me some donuts, man. I knew it was going to be a long day. How long have I been going for? I think we've been going for almost like 3 hours, potentially. I think we're coming up to the 3-hour mark soon. Okay, but as you can see, there's a lot of people here, okay? If I go to the large screen, I'll go full screen for a second, okay? You can see there's a lot of people at this event here. I've just heard, apparently BBC reporting this, there's hundreds of counter-protesters. What? Hundreds, yeah? Hundreds of protesters. I don't know, I'm not sure if it's me, but if I'm looking at these screens, I'm seeing like quite a few thousands of people here. It would be very, very interesting to have some sort of legitimate head count of how many people are actually here. It would be useful if I could have mainstream media like somewhere in the corner covering this, but not sure if I can get that up, I'm afraid. One thing, I'm not sure I really want to be rebroadcasting garbage from the mainstream media. But again, these angles, it doesn't look like there's huge amounts going on. It is largely peaceful protest, and I mean that in the actual literal sense, not like the, you know, that sort of summer of love sense. Actually, that reminds me, I had some stuff queued up for these. Huh. I wonder if I can get that on there, right? Where are we at? What is actually playing at the moment? Oh. Because like I've been watching back on old stuff and just sort of realizing how incredibly relevant a lot of old comedy shows and stuff, how incredibly relevant they are today. Let me see if I can just get one of these examples up here. I swear to God, if the BBC strike me, dude, you guys, in game, where is it? Yeah. Okay, so what we're experiencing here is what is known as new truth. Okay, and I found this the other day, and let me see if I can. I'll go to the big. Let's see if I can show you this. So right now, if you were to be watching the mainstream media, then what you're probably going to be getting is hopefully the audio will come.
We call it new truth. It's up to 10 times better than old truth.
This is wonderful, but how much will it cost us?
Well, we're looking at about £5 million.
That's terrible.
Only under old truth. Under new truth, I think you'll find it's of enormous benefit to everyone.
There you go. See, and I mean, that's from a show called Monkey Dust, that was on BBC Three years ago now. Was it 20 years ago now? I think 2005, I think that particular episode was. And I encourage anyone to go out there and try and track it down, because guess what? Guess what? Guess what? The BBC have tried to erase it from history in every way, shape, and form. And it's because there are so many relevant items in that show to what is going on right now. Like I was saying to Steve just before he had to duck out. If something had been done about this even then, even in 2005, if something had been done back then to moderate the unchecked, unverified, unlimited, infinite importation of other people into a system that was already overwhelmed at that stage, then none of this would need to be happening right now. I mean, you can take culture and morals and ethics and all that out of the system, right? Just look at it from a mathematical perspective, okay? With the more you overload a system with people when that system is already fundamentally flawed or underfunded or undersupported, then it's only a matter of time before that system collapses. And I refer people back to Plato and the Atlantean story. Like, go back to that, have a good read of that, you know, pay attention. This is what we're living through right now. And funnily enough, like, on that point of, like, the unchecked immigration and whatnot, then, like, let me bring it back to this once more, the other clip. I was watching this, I was thinking, because I watched Monkey Dust back when it came out, okay, and seeing this again now, I was just like, crikey. Back then, I thought it was pretty on the money, but given what's going on right now and the Epping situation, this particular clip absolutely, I think, sort of defines a lot as well. I'll have a little listen to this.
Bloody asylum seekers. Can't bloody move for them in Essex. Yeah, well, the same down our way. Trip over bloody Afghans and Kurds in London. I think there's more in Essex. Nah. London. Essex. London. Essex. London. Essex. London. Essex.
I think that says it all, doesn't it? I think that says it all.
Well, where we going? They're up in that corner. Try and push through.
Perhaps even worse. I don't think you can get a fair trial anymore.
Yeah. Mine's back, mate. Mine's back, please.
And yet,
Round about the place. Yeah, it looks like people are largely just sort of milling around now. Like, I can't say there seems to be a huge amount of surrounding organisation. Like, it does seem like you've got large groups of people just kind of wandering around in a general circle about town.
I'll catch you all maybe tomorrow at Speaker's Corner for the waffleage there, for Waffle Corner. So thanks everybody for joining. Don't forget to smash the big red subscribe button for more content.
Looks like we might be
I'll be
to the end
live
of this
again, if not tomorrow,
coverage in our top
then
right
within
there, I
the
think.
next couple of days. So thank you everybody. I'll see you again soon.
Okay, so he's off. That was Local Experimentalist UK. He's gone. He's off for now. So once again, we have to go on hunt. Who else is still? Right, Mystic Media might be back. We'll check in on Mystic. Looks like Mystic is back on. Have a little look see at what Mystic's saying. Like the band's finished. Off for the band, we might get some sort of announcement, so that might be nice to have some speaking. See if we can have a listen into what's going on now. We'll probably. No.
G'day, London!
Hello, mate. Who's this?
I've got my phone. Bloody hell, they wouldn't hear that from Melbourne. G'day, London! That's better. That's a bit better. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Avi Yamini from Rebel News.
Right, so it looks very much like BB Audits is just coming up to that stage now.
Brother. But on a serious
Same.
note, how good is this? I've been to Tommy Robinson rallies for almost a decade now. Bloody hell, in the beginning I got a lot of crap for them. But they were massive then. But it is nothing in comparison to what we're seeing here today. The world is waking up thanks to Tommy Robinson and his leadership. Now I'm going to be quick because we're running behind schedule and I got told that I better hurry up. I just want to say to everyone, thank you for coming out. Because in the last what is it now, 48 hours, the enemies of truth, the enemies of justice, the enemies of everything that's right, tried to scare you guys into silence by shooting and murdering one of the strongest voices for that truth and justice. But none of you cowered. In fact, it looks like the numbers doubled or tripled because of that. And really, it turns out the murder of Charlie Kirk is the turning point for this fight. And we want to say thank you.
Is it the turning point for the whole world? Could it be? I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot more is being made of Kirk at this point than maybe made in the future. And I hope that's not true. I hope that this is something that makes people stop and think for a minute and realise that on whatever side you stand, dangerous rhetoric leads to dangerous action. We all need to really get a grip now. Yeah, everyone needs to get a grip. We all need to get back to discourse, man. Have a polite conversation and agree to disagree.
Now I'm just going to introduce the next hero. Is a man who comes
like that. Tommy's on there like, boy, time, get off, bro. You're taking up too much time, man.
Just the haka. Do I introduce it?
Oh, we getting the haka.
I just thought no one would be able to see me because I'm so small. No, okay. So, do I introduce him or? All right, guys, the Destiny Church from New Zealand are here to perform the haka for you in London.
There we go. There we go. And this is what I mean. There's a unity out there that runs globally. And here we are. We're going to have a haka from New Zealand. As we were speaking, Steve and I, earlier about this, the way that it's a mind virus that has infected the globe. It's not wrong, and this is a sign that people are saying, no, you know what, like across the globe it is time for us to get back to tradition. and values. The hacker, I don't know, like this is I guess the branch from one nation to another. Let's see how it goes out. I think the sign of solidarity, they're standing with us. It's amazing to see. Come on, boys. Oh, how many are there? Loads of them. Alright, we ready for this? Probably going to want some sound to go with that, I think.
Pagkatangihia tu puta taragiro kita ko mga tabuhian na. Kaya wiri ay tanga ka nga te felua katoa. Blow the trumpet in Zion. Sound the trumpet on my holy mountain. Let the earth tremble, let the people tremble. For who are we, a great and mighty people, who have come here today to express the freedom and liberty to speak our truth.
Wow, man. Oh boy. You know, you'd be forgiven for casting your mind back nostalgically to those older years where this would be a common thing you'd see. You know, the Queen's visits and things like that. The Great Empire, the Great Commonwealth, like sharing of our cultures, respect and appreciation for those cultures. What a sight, huh? That's just... well, that's powerful stuff right there. I'll just highlight, I am streaming both on Pains Games and Fluid Vision. I'm only keeping an eye on one of those chats, that's the Fluid Vision one. Like, I think you have to be subscribed and whatnot and everything over on the Pains Games ones to comment anyway. I've tried to, like, close that one down in case you're looking to comment and you're wondering why I'm not responding. Oh, what's this now? Let me just turn this down a little bit, and what are we going to get here? Oh, bro. Sorry for the distortion on that. It's on there and not mine.
Of your home, you live in a world where our voice matters the least. To hear, making the West look like the Middle East. They seek refuge here and try to turn it into what they live. But all they had was ruins on these hits. My sisters, you don't need to be bound. Break out, don't be afraid to stand up from the crowd. Break out, be vibrant, be bold, be proud. Break out, no more silence, we gotta say loud. Break out.
Oh, have I lost sound again? Lost sound. Oh, there we go. Oh no, they just finished. Is that it? Oh, sorry, that was the end of the scene. I don't mean to laugh, but I see a bit of something in there.
Unite the kingdom! Unite the kingdom! Unite the Commonwealth countries!
I'll just try to boost the bandwidth a little bit there. Like, apologies if it's buffering
I
again.
represent here Canada, South Africa, the Pacific Islands. We are all with you today. Tommy. Thank you, Tommy Robinson, for having us here in this moment of history. And after we know that there has been some news that was very sad about Charlie, we talk about Charlie, I want to tell you right now, everything has shifted in this world. We're right now on the brink of a new era. The people will win. I'm damn sick and tired of rotten politicians. I've had enough of politicians and parties who do not care about the people, who fight against us and not for us, who are always trying to control us and in some way take away from us our liberties and our rights. Well, I want to tell you, down in New Zealand, I was there when the COVID-19 came and I started the protest movement in New Zealand, and they jailed me for 10 days in solitary confinement.
So yeah, I mean, this is again one of the things that, like, I don't think they realised that as much as during those lockdowns, a whole bunch of stuff got, like, literally shipped in under the radar, if you get my meaning. I don't think they took into account how many other people in that time took that time to really wake up a lot. And this has been building easily since then, like, as a bit of a unified movement.
These rogues. You got some in your parliament. They're all through the Commonwealth countries. I want to tell you, we've had a gutsful. I kind of like what France is doing right now, a revolution of the people. You can't vote these people out, they're like maggots. Once you get in, you can't get them out. Well, it's easy to say this at a great gathering like this, and boy, I want to say right now, you guys have inspired the world today. The world is looking on. With you. And somewhere along the line, we did a very bad trade-off. All of the Commonwealth countries, the Western Christian countries, somewhere along the line there, we traded our Christian ethics and our Christian way of life and values, and we traded it out for secular humanism. Secular humanism is Satan's tool that made a climate that set it up for corruption.
God, been told the sound's gone funny.
Was
that better?
And it's gone global, viral. Charlie was a man of God. That's the first martyr, Christian martyr of this new era.
Bit of crunching on there.
He has lit the world up today. And I'm telling you, Charlie's voice still speaks today when he's dead, that he is actually alive. Charlie still speaks through us, through a heart of freedom. For Jesus Christ is Lord of all nations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord Jesus Christ. I want to tell you right now, this is the day, this is the moment that we should rise up and take away the secular humanism. Secular means a society without God in it. We're our own worst enemies because the Western countries, we allowed that secularism to come in because that meant that politicians can do what they want. They took away Christian values that held them accountable because they had to tell the truth. They had to tell the truth. They were accountable when Christianity was undergirding our democracies. We turned our back on God. Charlie's voice has spoken loud and clear across the nations of this world that we must return back to the faith that built our nation strong. And that faith is Jesus Christ. As far as I'm concerned, there is no other God. The Lord my God, he said, I'm one God, the first commandment. So there is no other gods. All the gods of the nations are idols. But the Lord made the heavens. There is no other religions. There's only Jesus Christ and then all the rest. This is a religious wars. It's Jesus Christ versus Satan. Christianity versus the rest. Islam, Hinduism, Baha'i, Buddhism, and whatever else you're into are all false religions. We've got to clean our countries up. We've got to get everything out that does not know or receive Jesus Christ. Ban any type of public expression in our Christian nations from other religions. Ban halal, ban burqas, ban mosques, ban temples, ban shrines. We don't want those in our countries because our countries have been built on a religion that founded our great nations. And as far as I'm concerned, I might offend you, but I'm going to say a word to you. The monarchy better pull its socks up. Because King Charles is supposed to be the defender of the faith. He took an oath. He has
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here because this is suddenly taking a bit of a sort of provocative turn here, man. This guy's body language. This guy's body language and actual language is a little bit. This is what concerns me, man. This is what concerns me. We've just heard the phrase. The first Christian martyr in this new age, and this is what I was saying to Steve earlier before he ducked out. I do worry about the rhetoric that's being thrown around here of this supposed Judeo-Christian alliance, man. Like, you got Benjamin Netanyahu coming out minutes, like I think it was 9 minutes after the tragic events in Utah with Charlie Kirk. And he was talking about a Judeo-Christian alliance. And I've heard Tommy talking about it as well. And I strongly urge caution to anyone on a completely impartial basis of just simple rules of engagement when it... Oh, hello, no, this guy's talking about it being a spiritual war and such, right? Oh, man, I'm not sure. I can't believe what I'm watching here, man. This is treading some dangerous ground right here. To get back to what I was saying, right? I'd be cautious of alliances that lead to the destruction, the utter destruction of another group. That once that group's done, you're next. And as we've seen is classic with the extreme left that we've been dealing with in recent years, they project. They always project upon everyone else what it is that they're actually up to. Whether that's politically, large groups, or individuals, as I've known all my life, through my entire life, I've known people that project their behaviours and attitudes onto other people and pretend that they're the problem. And this idea, like, I don't know, I feel some strong projection going on that could lead down a dark path. The way that they're projecting that overall an entire group is trying to wipe us out. Whichever way you want to, break down the groups in that. And honestly, for one thing, I urge people to look into the history of Wahhabism and reiterate that this is not everyone that happens to be of a particular faith. Like every single group, there are nutters in all of them. There's always going to be the extremes there, man. Gotta not pander to them. And one of the big problems we're seeing here is that there's this broad-based brush being applied to an entire faith in this case, which this gentleman is kind of, furthering that rhetoric. And please take this as an objective view here. I'm not trying to be biased on this. I'm just objectively looking in. But, like, you're tarring everyone with the same brush in the same way that the mainstream media is tarring everyone with the same brush right now by saying, listen to the rhetoric of these right-wing fascists. Bro, you're playing into their hands with that speech. This dude just played right into their hands with that speech. Oh, I urge massive caution, man. Wahhabism is as much a sick cult within a larger organism as the woke mind virus is to the left. Please, people, remember that, okay? I have good friends of the Muslim faith that would never in a million years consider the lunacy of Wahhabism or any other extremist sect. I also have plenty of Jewish friends out there who, again, they would never condone what's going on in the extremist side of, like, people like Ben Gvir. You want to go do some research on Ben Gvir and his name's just Yitzhak Rabin. Go check out Yitzhak Rabin and Ben Gvir. I mean, right, there's extremism on all sides, and what absolutely is paramount is for everyone to back down from that extremism and move the Overton window back from his extreme edges. Okay, let's hear what they're saying now.
Slander, the psychological abuse, the relentless smears and lies. It's a good job we're not easily fooled because we do know the truth. And I'm just going to get him on. We got to get him on. Tommy, they want you on. They don't want to hear me. Who do you want to hear? Who do you want to hear? Who are you thankful for? Who do you love? Who's got the biggest set of testicles in the country that deserve their own wheelbarrow? Play the video.
So we're coming up now, I guess, to Tommy's speech. Tommy's speech. Okay, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and sit back and listen to this, objectively and balanced, right? Because that's the thing. I'm a dedicated centrist man, logical thought person. So let's just sit back and try and rationally listen to this and objectively review it as it goes.
My door and said, do not leave this cell, your life depends on it.
50,000 British Muslims downloaded a terrorist manual in our country. 50,000!
At New Year's Eve, 100 women. Some of them raped, some of them robbed. Now, can I ask you a question? Have you read the Quran? Show some respect. Show some respect. Show some respect. Have you read this for people?
The reality is, this is a war. These people are waging war on us for time. This has gone on for 1,400 years. This is nothing new.
I'm just saying this now. Someone best have those bloody roofs covered. I swear to God, I have not seen a copper up there. God willing, please, right, look after this situation.
Look, my throat's gone already, okay? Look around you. Feel your strength. You are part of a tidal wave of patriotism that is sweeping across this country.
Just the perfect time to start buffering, isn't it? If we can pick up on the other feed.
Shake their hands. Greet them. Give them a hug. This is your community. These are your brothers and your sisters. Today are united. Today is the spark of a cultural revolution. In Westminster are watching traitors in Westminster they are trembling.
Yeah, apologies for that. I just switching over audio there. Let's get back to it. Oh no, it's gone. He's gone. So yeah, we're gonna have to go to the potato audio, I'm afraid.
And there is no putting it back in.
Of course, naturally, the feeds are going down. The feeds are starting to go down again. And get this back.
We are the start of a counter-revolution.
I'm trying, guys, I'm trying. Bear with me. Bear with.
What a moment! Look at this! Look at this! Look!
It's a bit of a juggling act trying to keep feeds up, man.
We are done being gagged. We are done watching our ears buckle at the hands of open mass, uncontrolled immigration. Our women, our daughters are scared to walk the streets. Their safety has been taken from them. And what did the elite do? Just last week, they took Epping community to court, and they said in court that the rights of migrants, undocumented migrants that we know nothing about, supersede the rights of the local community. They told the world that Somalians, Afghanis, Pakistanis, and all of them, their rights supersede yours, the British public.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's an Indian flag in the audience right there.
These families have sacrificed for this nation. We have gone from 30,000 people to 100,000 people to 200,000 people to millions of people. Flags are flying across our country. It's a beautiful sight. And as all of this happens, the government are attempting to do a U-turn. Politicians all of a sudden are finding courage, and they're parroting the things that we have said for 15 years. They targeted us, they slandered us, they demonised us, they attacked us, and they imprisoned us. But they can see the people power, they can see the shift.
auto visuals here, but we are jumping from stream to stream as best we can. As you can see in the bottom left hand corner, I did have space for another stream, but unfortunately, as you've seen today, we are struggling to get streams out. So
Votes, 9 million votes. He slithered into Parliament with 9 million votes. 20 million British people didn't bother to vote. Who are those people? It's us, people like you, people like me, who have been told their voices do not matter. We are here today to tell you, the British public, your voices matter. And when we energise, when we captivate, when we electrify those 20 million people, that is when we regain power of our country. To see the grassroots protests across the country, outside the hotels, it's inspired this country. The women have led it. The women have led it. And when 1 million or 2 million today becomes 20 million, power returns to the people.
Charlie Kirk comes up again. I know it's a nightmare. Don't worry, where you are, you're going to get flagged.
Now, who would have thought just 12 months ago we would have millions of flags across this country? We would have millions.
Just off screen, I've got another feed running from AY Audits down in Trafalgar Square. It's looking pretty good there. Everything's looking pretty peaceful. Looks like people are listening to Tommy's speech on big screens. Generally just milling about. It's all looking good.
In a minute. But as I lay in prison on solitary confinement for making a documentary, a brilliant documentary, I had a vision as I lay in that cell, thinking about this day, thinking about a cultural revolution. Never, ever could I have expected the scenes we are seeing today in London. Now, as I was preparing for this, I dug up a video from 10 years ago where I gave a speech. For the last 15 years, it's felt like we're banging our heads against the wall. It's felt like people don't love their country. Let me show you that video. Watching this video, share it. Man the fuck up. Get out on the streets. Where is your English pride? Where is And we were on our own, there wasn't many. Now I want to play you a video of a beautiful song that asks the same question.
Okay, there you go. He's going to play a tune. Oh, I think I've heard this already. But on screen up there in the top right now, I'm giving you some footage there live on the ground from AY Audits. Big shout out to him. Like I say, go check out his channel. You'll find out an awful lot of very interesting information about how these hotels operate and some of the people they're in. He's been threatened multiple times. He's had incredible amounts of violence directed towards him. God bless him. He's a big lad and he's got lots of discipline. He's incredibly well-disciplined lad for the size of him. And he is doing great work auditing, along with all the others out there like STB, all the other people that we're looking at here, Mystic Media, Mondi Media, Silver Fox, or sorry, is it Fox Audits, even? Sorry, Fox Audits, BB Audits. Big shout outs to all of these people. I just want to pay credit where credit's due. I'm not here doing what they're doing. I'm here to make a record of what's happening through these people. You know, we don't have a BBC that's going to do this, do we? So, you know, I'm going to try as best I can. As this movement builds and goes forward, we will on this show persistently try to bring you as much of what's going on from as many different angles independently on the ground. independent coverage is so important right now. We wouldn't know half of what's going on in the world if it weren't. You only have to look at poor Ravinia and the absolute ignorance of that story and any reference to it being a complete war cloud of nonsense. The fog of war descends quickly, as I said to Steve earlier today. It does descend very quickly these days, and the thing is, you can watch it in real time. To go back to what we were saying about how quickly information can be disseminated in this day and age, this is one of the reasons that we're in this position in the first place. Is, like I say, back in the 60s, you could literally get away with murdering a sitting president, okay? And all you would get is the vague conspiracies, you know, and any publications that wish to carry those. Whereas now, we have got a much larger dissemination network for this information. You know, it is very interesting seeing the number of flags being won. I can see some Canadian flags out there. Looking in the top right here, I'm pretty sure I actually saw like a plasticine flag there as well. You know, I mean, I say that for the algorithm, by the way. Yeah. It does worry me a little bit, though, that we are getting this very sort of what feels like quite a violent rhetoric towards the concept of this sort of war against Christianity, which I can't disagree from, like, you know, as I was a practicing Catholic Christian for many years. And I can see how in this world it does appear as though Christianity and particularly Catholicism are pretty much the only religions you're allowed to completely denigrate and divide, whereas any others, you know, you're toast if you try.
So let me ask you, where are the men from England?
Good question.
Here they are. But this isn't just about England. It's about Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland.
Yes, it's about a Great Britain, the United Kingdom.
We thank you. Let me have a thank you and let me hear some noise for the Scottish Patriots who have travelled here today. God bless Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Scotland has played a big part in this. You know, the Craig Ferguson movement, he's done great up Falkirk ways, raising awareness up those ways as well about what's going on there. Obviously, what happened with Lola and the girls in Dundee.
And now, next one. Let me hear it for Northern Ireland.
I mean, that is a good point as well. Is like, who would have thought you could unite Ireland? Well, they did it. Starmer managed to unite every single person in Ireland against this virus that has infected British politics.
I know many of them are here today. Do you know today, Republicans and Loyalists have travelled together from Belfast.
There you go, Republicans and Royalists travelling together. I've heard of Celtic and Rangers fans helping each other put up flags up Scotland. Yeah, I've heard of all of the football firms laying down any sort of like beef and just walking together. You know, Reagan said, what if some outside force would come along to unite us all under one banner? Maybe Starmer was that force.
Let me tell you what I see today. Something that was asleep for so long. I see the British spirit. They have underestimated us for so long. And time again, every time they think they beat us down, we come back stronger. Look at these crowds, man. Now, everyone who's here today, let's look at what brings us to...
Sorry, just had a bit of a coughing fit there. Yeah, I was just wondering if Starmer was that external force.
What brings us all together? Let's not look at what differences we have. Every one of you are here today, from England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, even Australia, Canada. You are here because you love your country.
Hello, what's going on here? What's going on here with the old coppers and the old helmets? You go a bit bigger here. Let's have a quick look. What's going? Hello. We got something kicking off here. Hold on. Let me just check audio here. Hold on. Check out what's going on here. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to switch out audio here. Let's have a little look. There's something going on here. Oh boy. This is exactly what we did not want to happen. What's going on? Trust AY to be where the trouble is, right? It's not him. It really isn't. Like, he's just got bad luck of always being where it kicks off. This is the problem with such a large event, is you've got everyone largely being peaceful up the front there, or on the top left-hand side where Tommy's speaking. Then you're going to have these fringe incidents on the outside going on. Okay, they've got someone down, someone's been arrested. Okay, it looks like it could be a minor scuffle. Okay. Well, we're keeping our eyes open. We're keeping our eyes open on everything going on here. Because, like I say, only seeing from one perspective doesn't give you a very clear view of the reality on the ground, does it? Let's go back to what Tommy's saying.
You are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together.
Okay, so it sounds like Tommy may have finished.
Many thanks.
Katie Hopkins, come on.
Okay, look, hold up. We do have some more going on. There's more going on out by Trafalgar Square. Okay, yeah, it looks like it is starting to kick off. We've got Katie Hopkins taking the stage. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, here we go. This is not good.
Officers are down,
Officers are down.
Here we go.
Oh good God.
They're coming down, guys. They're through. They are through. Get over it, mate. People are everywhere. Here we go now.
Live images on the ground right now. It seems as though the police have made arrests just outside Trafalgar Square.
I can't answer the phone, bro.
They're trying to hold the line. It's not going well. The police line was briefly broken there. Briefly broken by a surge in the crowds.
Violence is everywhere.
Okay, we have use of the truncheons. Okay, it looks like the police are trying to kettle everyone back and reform the line here.
Here we come.
But we are definitely seeing an aggressive stance here. I would go back to Katie. I would go back to hear what Katie's saying right now, but I think the actual news is going on over on AY down just off of Trafalgar Square, I believe this is.
Watch this one with that stick. They're still coming through, guys. They're still coming. They're still coming.
Police line broken
People
again.
on the floor. We have children. Push through!
It does appear as though the police are trying to move women and children out of the way of what's going on.
The police seem to have got a little bit of control back. They seem to have a little bit of control. Not much. Now this crowd has just got more. Here we are, guys, right at the front.
They seem to re-establish some sort of line now. Let's go over and see what Katie's saying, if I can. Katie Hopkins, I believe, is on now.
My darlings, remember this feeling. Remember this day. Remember what Tommy Robinson has achieved against all the odds, because each one of you showed up, and I bloody love you all for it.
Yeah, Katie, you might want to know what's happening just around the corner.
That you are alone. You are told that you don't matter. Take it from me, and you can take it to the bank. You are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together. Thank you for listening to me, London.
Now, I always like telling stories or through music. And this next song now is going to tell all of our stories of why we're here and why we care.
Okay, so we've got lots of music. Lots of music. Let's go back. Yeah, we got some X Factor songs coming on. I'm just gonna drop that back down. Let's drop that back down, and let's see what's going on over in Trafalgar Square. But obviously, we are covering two angles here, a couple of angles, different locations. One location up front with Tommy Robinson at the stage. All seems very peaceful, very controlled. Everyone's having a good time, a good party. Meanwhile, round the corner in Trafalgar Square, unfortunately, it's buffering now. Come on. AY has just encountered some serious breach of police line and pushback. So we're gonna follow AY for a moment and see what's going on. See, it's again, as we pointed out, if you were watching earlier, that in the stream we witnessed people essentially rushing a convenience store to get as much booze as they could. My worry was that this was going to start descending into some drunken brawls, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. I think there was AY reported some bottles being thrown there. It's a very large audience at Trafalgar Square. I think this is, hopefully at the moment, this is isolated patches of people who've had too much to drink. Again, for the most part, Trafalgar Square seems pretty quiet and pretty chill. It's just that road off the side, and
See flags across. They're in.
So they've all dispersed?
They're in. They've lost control, haven't they, the old Bill?
Have they completely?
Yeah.
So we can just walk to where we want to walk to?
Yeah, look. For what I can see anyway. Well, I could just see Union Jacks and George's Cross, and these lot don't hold that sort of flag, so it must be, mustn't it, yeah?
Okay, so for, like, gathering from AY's commentary there, it suggests that maybe there were some counter-protesters trying to sort of get in. That's fine, that's fine. How are we doing over on Tommy? So we've still got music going off with Tommy there. Let's stick with AY for the moment because hello. Sounds like we may have lost AY's audio for a second. Okay, so we're just gonna have to put up with whatever. Oh. Coming from Tommy. But yeah, so there's worrying scenes there, and I guarantee you'll probably see that on the news later. Looks like we have some more action going on in Trafalgar Square. What's going on there? Have a little look-see here. It sounds a bit lively. What have we got going on? Reforming the police line. Again, I want to avoid too much music just in case we end up with some copyright slaps. Imagine there's a few people a bit sore after that push earlier. There were definitely people on the ground. At least a couple of officers may have been trampled.
Police officers were getting trampled on. There was a lot of stuff going on there. I'll tell you that.
Does just give you a little bit of a sense of scale here, just to be able to see how enormous. I mean, the stage is up at Whitehall, and this is down at Trafalgar Square. So top left-hand corner, you're seeing the stage in Whitehall with Tommy Robinson and co. And on the top right, you're seeing Trafalgar Square. So, and this heads as far as the eye can see. This is tens of thousands of people, easily, possibly hundreds. Let's check in and see if we've got anything better coming from this stage right now. Because so again, let's see if Tommy's speaking again.
Far right hooligans. They don't realise they are irrelevant. We are the media, okay? We are the new media. Now, when I was censored, deplatformed, and made invisible, I done the most important work I've ever done in my life. We made multiple documentaries called The Rape of Britain. I'm just going to play you a promo quickly of one of those films.
What I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you.
I wonder, pardon me, I wonder if there may be a content warning coming up for this clip, but in the interest of documenting the event, I'm going to let this play just in case. Yeah, I do apologise for language and whatever.
Going round taking names. And he decides
and
who
of
to
course
free.
we've got ourselves some Johnny Cash on there, so straight away I'm going to have to just drop that for a minute. Huh. Okay, so then we're going to have to come back to that in a second once again, because they're playing a lot of Johnny Cash. Well, I don't want to be a Johnny Cash, but, you know, I'm just going to have to switch back over to AY's audio at the moment. But yeah, I mean, that's quite interesting that, you know, we switched back there to see Katie Hopkins saying, you know, how proud she is of everyone and all that, as people are breaching the police line and trampling coppers. And then, like, just a second ago there, we've got, like, Tommy Robinson saying, like, the lies the media are telling by saying they're a bunch of, like, fascist right-wing yobs. What says being a breach of the police line and, like, a bit of rough and tumble. Again, just think of how the media is going to portray that. Unfortunately, just those little, like I say, the guys going for the booze earlier in the day and that little scuffle there will probably be on non-stop repeat on like BBC and CNN and whoever else, you know. Hey, I'll just get a little bit of ambience from what's going on in Trafalgar Square. Looks like we might actually have some audio back from let's see. It looks like we have to get some speakers on. It's playing blooming music nonsense.
Next door to the mosque, actually. What were you doing hanging around with 13-year-old school children? You put on your car bonnet and you raced off because you were angry because you had been sleeping with your best friend.
Oh, okay. So this documentary is going to be like what, a collection of him going on doorstep and people.
Now you're famous. Everyone's going to know who you are.
Right. Oh, we're still there. We're still with the Johnny Cash. Okay. Well, I'm going to drop that down. Drop that down. Okay. Now, there we go.
I'd like to say thank you to the ladies, the brave, courageous, fearless ladies who stood up, put their faces on TV to help expose the biggest and darkest stain in our country's history. How, as a nation, did we allow this to happen? How has there not already been a revolution in our country over the rape, jihad that has been committed against our daughters across Britain? Now, as I spoke up about this issue for 15 years, we were attacked. But then I see so many other ladies that stood up. And I know one lady who stood up in the town of Rotherham. The world knows about the stories from Rotherham. They were exposed because of a brave lady who decided to speak out with her face, with her reputation. And you know what? She carried on living in Rotherham. I still don't understand how. Because I know what these gangs are like. I know how fearful she must have been. And brave ladies have brought this to the world's attention. One of those brave ladies is going to speak to you now. Her name is Sammy Woodhouse.
Okay, so speaker coming to the stage now. So it's Sammy Woodhouse. Keeping an eye on what's going on in Trafalgar Square. Not much. I did say earlier I thought they were watching Tommy on big screens, but I don't see any up there. I don't think they have got any of that going on. It just seems to be a lot of people just wandering around, sort of staring. Wow, look at that shot down the alley there. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people. Amazing amount of people going all the way down the road there from Trafalgar Square. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people at this event today. It is enormous. I wonder what the rest of the world is saying about this right now. I wonder how many of them have access to a decent way of it being covered. Let's have a little listen to what the speaker is saying.
Years old. But the truth is, this didn't just happen to me. It was happening to thousands of children in my town and right across the UK from the 1960s.
Where's the justice?
On one occasion, a man called Jahangir Akhtar, who went on to be a Labour politician and deputy leader of Rotherham Council, and a police officer called PC Hassan Ali made a no prosecution deal with my rapist. So when he abducted me, they said if he came back and handed me at a petrol station, he would walk free.
Something's just happened again. Oh boy. I do think Trafalgar Square is the weak point in this project.
Eddie, plug that in. Plug that in the middle one, yeah? First, plug it in the middle one.
As I'm sure you can hear, tensions are rising in Trafalgar Square. There are people getting angry right now. I'm hearing a lot of angry voices right here. There's a...
Antifa seem to be surrounded. Antifa seem to be kettled. Pedos!
From what I'm hearing, yeah, it sounds like the crowd are kettling the police now. The police have little control over this.
You let your country down!
Okay, so obvious sentiments from people who feel as though the police are standing against them, therefore they're standing with the government, therefore every single person in that police line must be on the government side. Again, I caution people, a lot of these guys may just be doing their job. Maybe not that guy right there who is super ready with his shield and baton to get laid into someone. He's, yeah, put that away. Yeah, that's a bad look. Good boy. Let's have a little listen in.
Oh look, he's hitting people across the legs a lot. Watch out, yeah? Oh. The police are starting to retreat. Did he get you with a stick? Here he is, Mr. Winner. More reinforcements are coming in. Antifa are now surrounded. Just a member of the press, that's all, yeah?
Okay, once again explaining the whole thing that he's actually allowed to stand there and film. He's completely within his rights under as a Section 12 of the Public Order Act.
This is chaotic scenes here.
I am going to take a quick toilet break, but I'll leave you with AY reporting on the ground from Trafalgar Square, where it does look as though we do have some problems with police getting kettled in. I'll be right back.
Right into action again.
Oh, wait, wait.
I got fuzzy before, mate.
What?
Under the boiler sheet, there's a fucking vestibule. You should be detected.
We are here again.
step back.
Antifa are in serious trouble today. Yeah, I know he has. You can see it in his face.
You need to take your testosterone, buddy. You fucking lost it. What?
I'm going up there. Yes, my bro.
We're here. We're live.
We're live. We're live with Wesley Winter, live and direct. My bro from another.
The Hotel of the King.
The hotel investigator and the protest investigator. Nearly 8,000 of you here now, guys, watching live. Keep sharing, keep liking, keep commenting. The AY show is here, right where we want to be again. Antifa there.
So obviously it's quite rowdy dowdy down there in yeah, we're getting all the chance, leftist scum off our streets, all of that. And let's go have a little look back at what's happening in Whitehall.
It's a beautiful Penny Lamb. She's travelled here each time.
Oh, Tommy's phone going off there.
She's travelled here each time from Canada. I want you to know that every person that's speaking and singing here today have paid their own fares. No one's being paid. They've all volunteered their time to come here today.
Won't someone think of the carbon footprint?
Thank you for your patience. I'm a little shorter than everybody else here, so cheers. I think he explained the meaning of this song, so this one is for all of the victims of the terrible grooming gangs.
So, yet more music.
Tommy Robinson!
I'm not a stranger to die. How do they say we don't want your broken.
You see them? I know we don't look pretty so much,
Let's just switch out volume. Oh, hello. Have we got some more?
Horses are now charging.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to drop the music a little bit. And was that horses I heard?
Look at this. Antifa one side. Antifa one side, and I don't know what these ones are. But look, we are here, guys, on the front line again.
Okay, so from what it sounds as though we have the police trying to maintain a buffer zone between Antifa protesters and Tommy Robinson supporters. Oh, what's this? What's going on? We're getting a bit of a push.
They're trying to stop them back now. How they're going to do this, I do not know, guys. With chance of England, watch that horse don't kick out. Look at horses!
Yeah, like, the horses isn't a good look, man.
The AY show, live and direct. AY all it. Yeah, cheers, buddy. Yeah. But we're not going to go. They are not. I tell you what, this is one angry mob.
It looks tense there. It does look tense.
Mob. Yeah. This is not going to end well at all.
Shout out to the viewers there. Thank you very much for tuning in. I say right now what I'm following is on the top right hand corner in Trafalgar Square, coming live from the ground from AY Audits. It does seem as though we have a standoff between Antifa and Tommy protesters of sorts. Police trying their best to contain and keep a buffer zone in the middle. AY with the protesters, of which he is not one of.
So we have stand up to racism on that side. He doesn't do it. Racist in you here. How you doing, you alright? Why are you trying to dox me for? Why are you trying to lay my name like this in front of everybody? Why would you do that, you? I know, but why would you do that? You know fine well, yeah, that I'm lying, but these people want to talk me hard. Yeah, no, never mind, it is what it is. But it's nice you know me, yeah? My reputation precedes me, yeah? Well, no, but don't try and dox me like that in front of these people, bro, yeah? You know? I'm only an independent journalist, and you're trying to give my name, it's a little bit dodgy, do you know what I mean?
Unfortunately, this is a problem. This is a problem that we have seen in the last couple of weeks, as there does seem to be a consistent ramp up in attempts to dox members of the auditing community, the YouTube community, the streaming community. And again, I can't stress enough how dangerous that really is. Do we not remember what's happened in the last 72 hours, man? Come on. Come on.
I'm an independent journalist. I'm no danger.
Alright, let's have a look. Let's see if it looks as though we may have the music finishing now. Okay, switch back over to Tommy.
Who remembers? Let me. Yeah. Remember this?
It looks like the police are trying to cause a scene. Look at that! Look what they're doing! Look what the police are doing! What are they doing?
Okay, I can tell you exactly what he's playing to the audience right now. This is the footage from Canary Wharf Shopping Centre of the police CS spraying a 70-year-old lady from the Pink Ladies and an 11-year-old child, along with AY and several Jack Hager, I think, Haggers. All of them got sprayed. Coppers of the site have it, and it was entirely uncalled for. Entirely uncalled for.
In fact, let's have a round of applause for the brave lady that has not backed down. Come on, sir. One of the Pink mothers.
Nice comment. Hi everyone. My fellow countrymen and patriots, I stand before you today not as a politician, certainly not as an expert, but what I truly am, a mother of 3 beautiful children who deserve a safe, fair and secure future in this country.
Sarah White, I believe, from Epping, I believe is on stage now.
And I know I'm not alone, because every mother, every grandmother and every woman here today knows what it means to worry for the next generation. Because we are the ones that carry the weight of tomorrow on our shoulders. Because we face tomorrow. But I also stand here carrying the story of others. Recently, I met a couple called Dallas and Jody, whose daughter, Lola, tragically choked whilst eating dinner. Lola survived, but she has been left with an irreversible brain injury. And if that heartbreak wasn't enough, Lola's family have faced a a second tragedy: the failure of our own authorities. Instead of providing the care, the funding and support families like Lola's so desperately need, they have been abandoned, left to fight a system that strips away help at every single turn.
Again, an overloaded system can never recover.
Our own children suffer without the proper support. Our government bends over backwards to hand out resourcing, funding and housing to undocumented men who come into this country illegally. Tell me, where is the fairness in that? Where is the justice for children like Lola who didn't ask for this life, and families like Lola's who are simply trying to survive? I too have felt the weight of injustice. When I stood up for what I knew was right, I was brutally arrested by the police. Arrested not because I had done wrong, but because I dared to fly our national flag with pride.
She's not wrong, there were bruises. If you haven't seen the bruises, you should check them out.
They wanted to send a message. They wanted every woman in this country to see me in handcuffs and think if they can arrest her, they can arrest anyone.
Okay, we're seeing pushback from the police again on the top right hand corner there at Trafalgar Square. We have big pushback from the police. Let's just check in. Sounds like it might be getting a little bit feisty there. Yeah, it's getting feisty again. Someone's just been hit in the face. Someone has just been hit in the face.
No force, no government, and certainly no police can hold us down.
We have got
the protectors, the nurturers, the fighters when our children need us most. And if we do not stand up for our rights, for our children's futures,
I'm pretty certain someone just took a baton to the face right there.
so let today be the beginning of something new, a movement led by women, and for mothers, driven by love for our
We're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go back to what.
Together, we will rise, we will demand change, and we will shape the Britain our children deserve. Because when women stand together, nothing and no one can silence us. Love the country in which you live, or go and live in the country you love. This is Great Britain!
And there's our This is Sparta, repeated of This is England, This is Great Britain, This is Sparta. I did say to Steve it was like a countdown before like that became a meme, and sure enough, she grabbed it with both hands.
For too long, our children have been indoctrinated to hate who they are through the education system, to pollute their minds. And as all of this happens, every other culture and identity is celebrated. You cannot allow the education system to have control over your children. You have to teach your children who they are. You have to teach them to be proud of their culture.
To be fair, I'm a strong proponent of education starts at home, man. You know, parents need to be responsible for what their children are consuming.
Dress, and she went to school, and they sent her home from school. It was Culture Day, so cultures were being celebrated. So she wore her British dress to celebrate her culture, and the school sent her home. She went to school that day to deliver a speech on her culture to a classroom of 30 children.
Like, hold on, but like, couldn't she have just said she was doing a Spice Girls cosplay? You know, like Jerry used to wear a Union Jack's dress and no one seemed to complain about it then.
Courtney Wright, come and deliver your speech, darling.
So Tommy is now calling Courtney Wright, the young girl who went to school in a Union Jack dress. He's calling her to the stage to make the speech she was supposed to make. back then when her school sent her home because, I don't know, Union Jack bad. Well, like I say, it could have been solved by just saying she was doing a Jerry Halliwell impression from the Spice Girls. I'm sure they wouldn't have cared.
I'm so proud to stand here today. Even though I'm only 13, I already know how lucky we are to live in this country. Britain is our home. It's a place built on courage, sacrifice and freedom. Millions before us fought to protect it, and it's our duty to love it, respect it and keep it strong. We may be young, but we are the future, and together, with pride in our hearts, we will always stand for our great nation. I wrote a speech for my culture day at school, and I was silenced. Silenced because I'm a British girl and my voice didn't count. Do you want to hear my speech, London Patriot? Today, I want to talk about my culture, British culture, and why it's important to me. In Britain, we have lots of traditions, including drinking tea, our love for talk about the weather, and we have the royal family. We have amazing history like kings and queens, castles, and writers like Shakespeare. It's also modern, diverse, and always changing, with music, fashion, and food from all around the world blending into daily life.
Based.
About fish and chips.
Based.
So the way we speak, our humour, our values of fairness and politeness, and the mix of old traditions and new ideas.
Based.
Sometimes in school we only hear about other cultures, which is great because learning about different countries is interesting and important. But it can feel like being British doesn't count as a culture just because it's a majority. I think culture should be for everyone, not just for people from other countries or backgrounds. Being British is still a culture and it matters too. So let's celebrate all cultures, whether they come from far away or right here at home. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see anything particularly, you know, ultra-right rhetoric about that 13-year-old girl's speech there, you know? This seems to me like a young girl that loves her country, you know?
Her parents must be so bloody proud. Where are they? Let's have a round of applause for her mum and dad as well. Come on. Make sure your children are proud of their country, proud of its history, and proud of their culture. What a brave little girl. Wow. Now, as there's been enough rising of women across Britain, again, absolutely beautiful to watch. I saw another lady singing a song, and it just brought a smile to my face every time I see it, and every time I listen to it. So, you can't now perform that song for us, darling.
Hello everyone.
Time for another sing-song by the sounds of it.
Stage. Oh, unbelievable. I just want to start by saying, I just can't get over it. Look, wow. Unbelievable. Look at all these patriots. Amazing. Thank you, everybody. You're amazing. You're going to make a real difference today. We are literally a part of history. Everything is going to change from today. This is it.
Is it? Like, you know, this is the thing. Will the momentum maintain? Will it be possible to maintain momentum throughout? Like, and what do we replace it with? Okay, I'm gonna have to do more audio switch here because we have actually no, let's stick with it.
He wants to fuck around and mess with
dear, it's not a great performance, is it?
We ain't gonna fight no more. We ain't gonna play no more.
Give us some monitors, bro.
No to the Israel war. Don't you know?
Oh, boy, it does have a very strong sort of vibe of like, you know, like deliberately activist track, you know. Burn.
Evidence cause they didn't want to risk it. Kept stomach quiet with the rich tea biscuit. Lies and corruption on every news station. Don't you dare speak about immigration. Gender 30s and full operation. As we continue to lie to the nation. And we ain't gonna fight no war. And we ain't gonna play no more. Sitting in silence cause we...
For God's sake, someone please give her a monitor, like, give her in-ear monitoring something, like, God's sake, please.
We say no to the Israel war. No war.
Oh, it's... Oh. Sorry, folks out there, if you're enjoying it, but it's cringingly bad, man. You know, like those really cringing, like lefty, like sort of song. It's the equivalent of that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Made in 15 minutes on 909. Good God, that was cringing, man.
I think she's probably single-handedly the best speaker and representative at putting her point across, I'd say, on the planet, okay? She's unbelievable, she's amazing, she's beautiful. Who's next? Play the video.
Who's next? Famous Goldberg quote. Gilbert. Let it be Gilbert. To who it is, man. I don't see the point in like these sort of flashy bits of presentation, like as if it's like the Olympics or Eurovision. Who is about to take the stage here? Who? Sorry, audio's gone a bit low, hold on.
Britons, patriots, my friends. Today, I call upon all of you to invoke the help of your country's patron saint, St. George. Legend holds that St. George fought against a dragon that was demanding human sacrifice. He fought a battle of good versus evil. And today, hundreds of years later, we are still fighting that very same fight. We are fighting a fight of truth versus lies, of freedom versus tyranny, and of light versus dark. And just 3 days ago, one of our bravest warriors lost his life fighting it. So today, we also fight for him. We fight for Charlie Kirk. We fight for our nations. We fight for our children. Charlie.
I totally missed the name of the woman speaking right now.
St. George's shield became your very
What time's Ant Middleton speaking? I heard he was going to be speaking.
has to become a shield once again. a shield that will protect us in the fight against the evil forces that like back then against the dragon, we are fighting this time because they are demanding the sacrificing of our children on the altar of mass migration. So, my patriots, raise your flag, wave them high, wave them proudly, because there is nothing that today's dragon fears more than that. And that dragon...
Such a strong feeling of like sort of American patriot movement about all this. Again, like, one does worry a little bit of this aspect of, if these people get what they want, right, like, what comes next? What is the actual proposition of what to replace it with? Because so far I don't think I've heard anyone come on and say, you know what we need? We need like a really robust structure of rules and regulations and a plan.
It's too late that you guys are all here, because our civilization is on the brink of destruction. As a result of mass immigration everywhere in Europe, we are losing our homelands. We are becoming minorities in our own countries. In many cities, this is already the case. Here where we are today in London, a shocking 41% of all people are foreign born. And the total immigrant population lies at 60%. I don't have to tell you what the consequences of that are. The fruits of mass immigration are insecurity, impoverishment, and cultural decay. Here in London, you can't walk around with your phone in your hands without the risk of it getting stolen. But who cares about phones when your daughters are being raped and the
very strong words, like, again, we're hearing this sort of repeated rhetoric over and over again throughout the day, and I get it, we get it. Can we have some people come on and say we actually have some sort of concrete plan for an alternative to any of this? Right? Like, this is the key bit that I feel is missing all along the chain here, is that obviously change needs to happen. There needs to be some sort of fundamental change. But is anyone addressing what change and how to implement it?
In Rotherham. They happen all over the continent as well. On a daily basis, everywhere in Europe, unsuspecting white boys and girls, men and women are assaulted, raped, and murdered every single day. So let's not beat around the bush here. We are witnessing the rape, replacement, and murder of our people.
Send them back! 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 Send them back!
But I am here today to tell you, no more. This today is not the time for compromise. Today is not the time to just keep calm and carry on. Today is the time to get angry, demand change, and fight back.
Yeah, what change though? What are we gonna have as that change? Someone please give me the recipe, give me the menu. Give me the menu for that change.
Our establishment doesn't care about us, or that they failed to simply protect us. Make no mistakes, they are the ones who have betrayed us. They are the ones who are actively selling us out. And they are the ones that are making us pay for our own destruction. And what if you speak out against them? What if you speak the truth? On this country, you run the risk of getting thrown in jail for longer than the immigrant who has raped your daughter. That is the UK in 2025 under Keir Starmer? Nothing short of a tyrannical state. But, ladies and gentlemen, do not despair. Do not become demoralized, because that is exactly what they want you to do. Because when I look at you, when I look at this sea of flags, I know that it is far from over for us. Both we, the Dutch, and you, the English, we have mastered the seas.
Ah, she's the Dutch one. Okay. I can't pronounce the name, I'm sorry.
Spirit of our ancestors still runs through our veins to this day. We are the sons and daughters of the greatest nations on earth. Change is possible. Remigration is possible, and it is up to us to make it happen. We are Generation Remigration. We will not back down. We will not be silenced. And by the grace of God, we will claim our countries back. Thank you.
I don't know if any of you realise that by attending here today, you will inspire so many people. And I know that as a fact, because 3 years ago, I was pretty lost. I was deplatformed, I was censored, I was on my own in a foreign country, I was lonely. And then I watched as the Irish took to the streets of their country, led by the mothers of Ireland. And they started marching in their country, and that inspired me. I travelled straight to Ireland. It relit the fire in my belly. I travelled straight to Ireland and I made a documentary called Plantation 2, Rise of the Celts, to tell the story of the invasion of Ireland as the mothers of Ireland made it an international news story. I'm going to play that promo now.
They're scared, Tommy. They're not only scared.
Okay, looks like we're getting some, you say Ireland, I think, Northern Ireland. Now, I believe.
Well, a lot of them are afraid. I know women that can't even go to work anymore. They won't walk because it's too fearful. Like, and that's a sad reality of Ireland today.
Yeah, I was attacked last year.
You?
I was in town.
There's 2 raped by males, one in a local pub and one in this car park.
They're literally grabbing you on the street. If they look at you and they like you, they're having you.
Like all the attacks I know that have happened to friends of mine in town, nobody has been arrested.
Why did you think it acceptable that you wanted to rape a 14-year-old child?
I've been sexually assaulted while I was...
Like, judging by the sounds of what we're hearing today, like, there does seem to be an incredible epidemic across the entire United Kingdom. Just the most heinous things going on, and whether you ascribe it to whatever group, like, that in itself should be enough for people to really understand, like, something needs to change. Something desperately has gone horribly wrong. But this number of people in this number of countries have personal stories of personal experience of terrible things happening.
This is my home. This is my country. This is my culture. And I won't sit back and say it won't do.
Terry McMahon is a film director, a multi-award winner, the producer of the This Is Ireland, watched by millions. Years ago he spoke up, they tried to silence him, they tried to cancel him. He's not silenced, and he's going to speak on behalf of the Republic of Ireland. Terry.
Well, certainly things seem to have calmed down in Trafalgar Square largely. I mean, there's still a lot of like sort of angry debate going on. Like, let's see, people having words with the coppers about where their allegiances lie. But look, I've got to be honest, I was just saying it to the good lady driver. Feels a bit twee, some of this. Like, not the stories, but like the music presentation and these little fillers that they got in between each of the presenters and things like that. I know, it just... it feels a bit cringy at points. Oh, hello, we've got the police making another push. Police are making another push. If we got any sound from that.
To speak out against the insanity of lockdowns. Remember these? He knew these were more.
Going in now. We have activity in Trafalgar Square.
Look at this, guys! This is scenes! This is absolute scenes here! What is going on? Oh, more spray again. They're spraying again. More CS spray is going in.
Yeah, so I think they are just trying to extend the buffer between the two groups, I think. I'm not sure you need to use CS spray, but...
We're in the mix of it here. Right in the thick of it. Roy was getting done. I don't know where he's gone. He could be on the floor somewhere for all I know, really. You can hear him. There he is, behind me.
I believe what we're seeing there is, like I say, they're just trying to keep a buffer between these two groups of people. And yeah, there's some people who are just getting a little too rowdy, starting to feel like they want to get a bit up in arms about it. But luckily, again, I don't think we're seeing the same levels of like police over use of force here. I do think they're being pretty reasonable. They've got to be on their best behaviour, let's be honest. They've had a couple of bad weekends.
Maybe we are the dogs of war!
What a time to come back into the main stage back at Whitehall.
All humans are born equal, but not all ideas are, particularly the ones publicly declaring their intention to subvert and destroy our civilization from within. We know what divides us. Every day politicians and media and schools tell us who to hate and train us in how to hate them. But look around you. Men, women, boys, girls, young, old, left, right, gay, straight, brown, white, all of different faiths and different classes.
You left the other cable in the car, the good cable in the car, haven't you?
And you are all unified in the core truth that our political, social, ethical and moral way of life is now under sustained attack.
The one that battery's got. Oh, yeah.
And the cowards cancelling us here today, despite your contempt, we are marching for you too, to protect you from being forced to be too frightened to speak out, too scared to even whisper. And to you young kids here, if you really want to know where the hell the heroes and the rebels and the artists are, they're standing right beside you.
It's funny though, because I was drawing this analogy. I wish I could have got this off before Steve had to go, but you know, like a lot of people these days want to like draw this comparison of like the rebellion against the Empire in Star Wars, right? And genuinely, the people that seem to shout that the most are the hard lefties that right now have been celebrating the senseless killing of a person for no good reason other than he wanted to have a discussion. And they're like, do you not realise you guys are the Empire? Oh, hello, we're getting more situation going on in your top right of your screen there. We are seeing another pushback, I believe, by the police. Looks like there's a bit more of a squabble going on this time. Looks like the crowds are pushing back.
We still have the poetry and the blood of the proclamation pumping through our veins. Ireland, England, we are right now, more than any time in history, brothers and sisters.
As you can see, while this speech is going on in your top left-hand corner, back again in Trafalgar Square, just off Trafalgar Square, we have quite a bit of activity going on. Another pushback by the police, which looks as though it has actually been responded to by the crowd, and the crowd have gained a few feet there by the looks of things. There's definitely a lot more tension going on over that side of things than there is in front of the stage. Who's up next to speak?
Travelled from every country in Europe, pretty much. Yet we can't find one. Don't kid yourselves that we've had a political revolution. If there was any member of parliament in there who represented the people truly, they would have come here today and spoke with you.
Okay, I think he's getting to the point I'm making here, is where's the solution? We don't have any political solution right now. We need to form one quickly, and a proper one.
This kingdom, like no one has ever seen before. But it's not just Britain that's being invaded. It's not just Britain that's being raped. Every single Western nation faces the same problem. An orchestrated, organised invasion and replacement of European citizens is happening. We, all of us, Europeans and Westerners, we have tolerated too much. They don't fear us. We're isolated. We is strength. I want to now introduce you one by one. Leaders and leading politicians from some of Europe's best populist, real political parties. The future leaders of Europe are here today to inspire you about the fight that's going on in their countries. If you're watching this and you're from France, if you're from Germany, Poland, Spain, any other European country, we want to unite all the patriots of Europe together for a future where we fight together. Our next speaker, let's play the video. I've looked up to this man, followed his journey as I have all of these gentlemen. Eric Samore, let's see the video.
Okay, so apparently Tommy has speakers from all over the place to come in, other parts of Europe. I just worry that the focus is a little bit scattered. I like the idea that we may have someone coming soon to tell us like, that they might have any sort of actual plan or policy. Let's find out.
Pour vous transmettre le salut admiratif du peuple français. Le peuple français qui sait qu'on peut compter sur vous quand la liberté de nos peuples est en danger.
I have come here to London to convey to you the admiring greetings of the French people. The French people who know they can count on you when the freedom of our peoples is in danger.
Je suis heureux d'être au milieu de vous, aussi nombreux aujourd'hui. Je suis fier d'être au milieu de ce peuple anglais qui se révolte, de ce peuple anglais qui se réveille, de ce peuple anglais qui ne veut pas mourir.
I am happy to be among you, so many of you today. I am proud to be among this English people who are revolting, this English people who are awakening, this English people who refuse to die.
I like that classic use of the term revolting there. That's pretty good.
Le peuple anglais et le peuple français, nous nous sommes affrontés pour la domination de l'Europe et du monde. Aujourd'hui, nous devons oublier nos combats passés parce que nous sommes confrontés au même danger mortel.
For centuries, you and we, the English people and the French people, fought for domination of Europe and the world today. We must forget our past battles because we face the same mortal danger.
Nous sommes, vous et nous, soumis au même processus de grand remplacement de nos peuples européens par des peuples venus du Sud et de culture musulmane. Vous et nous sommes colonisés par nos anciennes colonies.
We are both subject to the same process of the great replacement of our European peoples by peoples coming from the South and of Muslim culture. You and we are being colonized by our former colonies.
Vous et nous ne voulons pas devenir minoritaires sur notre propre sol. Vous et nous ne voulons pas disparaître.
You and we do not want to become
Looks like Gordon Freeman there on the top right.
soil. You and we
The Freeman has returned.
to disappear.
Lorsque le général de Gaulle, notre commandant, vous avait recueilli ici, s'est adressé à la jeunesse allemande quelques années seulement après la guerre mondiale, il leur a dit « Nous avions jadis le devoir de nous affronter, nous avons désormais le droit de nous aimer. » Je vous dirai la même chose, nous avons le devoir de nous battre ensemble.
When General de Gaulle, our great man whom you welcomed here, addressed German youth just a few years after the Second World War, he told them, "We once had the duty to fight each other. Now we have the right to love each other." I will say the same thing to you. We have the duty to fight together.
Vive, vive l'Angleterre anglaise et vive la France française.
Long live a French France and long live an English England.
Vive la France, vive la Révolution. These are all great platitudes, lovely platitudes. But once again, where's the actual, you know?
Some of you may have seen, I had an
Where's the solutions?
Times to Danish Parliament. In fact, the first place I premiered my film, Silenced, the one I was locked up for, was in Denmark's Parliament. When the media had slandered me, demonised me and painted me and made me toxic, a brave politician still invited me to his Parliament to deliver a speech on freedom of speech. I was actually won an award there. So I'd like to bring him up now. He's a friend. He's the leader of the Danish People's Party, Morten Messerschmidt.
Mr. Messerschmidt, is it really? Wow. So yeah, again, these are all really great platitudes, but what like they should be taking this time to do is actually say to people, but you know, we have a plan for, like, we need to call an election. We need like a mass demand for a new election, and we need that election to have a delay period and like enough time for an actual legitimate party to come up and actually do some legitimate politics, because otherwise we're all just shouting into the void here. Everyone's just giving out platitudes and talking big talk, but we need some actual proper like political alternative, and you know, not just you know, government bad, get rid of government. We need an effective replacement.
Country, it would not have been a leftist radical ending his life in the street. It would have been the authorities putting him behind bars. Shame on them. That is how far Britain has fallen from being the very cradle of free speech to a place where saying what you believe can cost you your liberty. And so here we are, standing in this beautiful day in London, standing with millions who see their country sliding into cultural darkness and feel their civil rights being stripped away. Why would I, as a Dane, care? Because we share, we defend, and we fight for the same very values that found the Western society, of democracy, of civilization. I am here fighting with you for what was once so self-evident it never even needed to be said. For centuries, freedom was synonymous with Great Britain. But now these self-evident rights and values must be fought for again. And fight we will by every means which we have in our hands. And we'll not only fight, we will prevail. The hope, the dreams of freedom are stronger than any force on earth. Throughout Western history, the cradle of freedom has been the mightiest force of all. From the Roman Empire to the streets of London today, the dream of freedom and living in a free, fair and democratic society has inspired generations. It has been the very emblem of the United Kingdom. You founded our civilization by writing the Magna Carta. You abolished slavery. You won over Napoleon. You defeated in both First and Second World War. We will not let down to the political correct class of today's system.
Yeah, it's an interesting speech.
Shakespeare once wrote of a castle in Elsinore in north of Denmark, not far from where I am born. He wrote about Hamlet, and I must quote...
Nice bit of a Hamlet quote. I thought there was something like this coming.
Because something is rotten in the United Kingdom. Ordinary people, mothers, fathers, veterans, young and old, are now being targeted and treated as criminals simply for voicing their concerns. People like us here today, worried about crime, immigration, and the future of their country, now branded as criminals for daring to speak out. Parents arrested in chatting in private WhatsApp groups. Journalists investigated for simple tweets. A mother jailed for an angry post. This is not the Britain I grew up admiring. This is not the country of Winston Churchill, Margaret Thatcher, or William Shakespeare. This is a nation betrayed by its own elected government, a nation rotting from within. They try to divide us by labeling us racists, extremists, Islamophobes, hoping to shame us into silence. but we reject their labels. Wanting safe.
How far can that far can that sort of labeling reach? Because yeah, if you look at it, like people approximate you're like taking out half of your potential political voting base by calling them right wing or left wing, whichever way. Like in this country, like we've persistently had Keir Starmer like just making out like it's a small number of people that are, like radical right wing, despite what you see in front of you on the screen, the thousands of people everywhere. But it's not just here, it's all over Europe, it's all over Australia, New Zealand. I did wonder when New Zealand were going to pipe up about this themselves. It's everywhere, it's endemic everywhere you go.
Great country. Together we cannot be defeated. Our voices will not be drowned down. From the White Cliffs of Dover to the Highlands of Scotland, from Belfast to Birmingham, let freedom's voice ring out again. And go take back your country.
Let me tell you now a funny little story, yeah? When we had singers, I know a lad who goes Luton Town matches. I've known him for years. And he said, I can sing, I'll sing a song. And then this morning, in our lads group chat, I got a message from the lad saying, is Bloxy singing? I said, yeah, he is, yeah. Can he sing? He said, can he fuck?
Yeah, this story's been banded around for bloody ages. He's been telling this every single interview he's gone to.
Right, we're only doing one number because we're running a bit late. But I want all you lot to sing along with this. It's your turn now. Are you ready? Oasis, 82,000. Me, half a million.
Oh no, like I can't take it. Okay, so I am going to very quickly switch over because I can't listen to Caroline one more time. It's so overplayed. So overplayed. Yes, anyway, so yeah, like as we check back in with what's happening on Trafalgar Square while we wait for that copyright music to finish, just reflect on what we've heard there from a couple of the leaders from around Europe, and it's like I say, it's all great to hear these platitudes and everything, but I do not see anyone coming up on stage and going, right, so you're all gathered here, right? And I mean, because unless they've got someone lined up to finish, like coming up from Advance UK or Reform. But again, I would caution tying this movement to any individual political party that this is as the system stands. As you could see from that as well, like I was saying, this thing is endemic across Europe without a doubt. Clearly it's infected America, clearly it's infected Oceania, Australasia. It's all over the place. And I don't see like an easy solution, and it's going to take probably, as you've seen the dominoes kind of falling in the sense of like each city around the world erupting into protest, it's going to take some sort of surge moment like that, or some sort of impact moment for one government to, I think if one government topples, then furthermore will go. And I mean, we've already seen France basically collapse and Germany basically collapse. But I mean, like, complete radical reform of the political system in each one of those countries. Like I keep saying, we don't have representation for people on a national level. And that really stems from not having any governance really, or power of governance at local level. If you take Cornwall as an example, you know, most of the car parks, as far as we can tell, are not actually governed, controlled or owned by local councils. It's Cornwall Council as a whole who lease it out to third-party subcontractors who say, yeah, sure, you can pay, like, you know, I don't know, £1 to stay in the car park for half an hour, But you have to pay by oh yeah, you have a minimum, sorry, of 5 hours. That's it. You have a minimum of 5 hours so you can stay in the car park. So you have to pay like 15 quid. That's the sort of thing that happens. Okay? And obviously, as we were saying with Steve earlier, that has like knock-on effects for the economics of a town. And simple little details like this need to be thought about, right? All the way up to where, how we supply our food, where our food comes from, who's in control of that supply chain. You know, everything needs to be a lot more localized and devolved and go back to a more devolved form of governance and local governance. Let's have a little check in and see if Roy Chubby Brown's finished. Sounds like it.
A new party, Alternative for Deutschland, come on the scene. How long ago? Less than a decade ago? They've risen. The only party that will save Germany is the AfD. Now, a funny story. The AfD, just a decade ago, were a very small party. Their MP, who's here today, come and visit me when I was in jail. We've spoke for many years. And when he walked in, he sat down, he said, Tommy, Munich is mine. Yeah? He's now the standing MP for Munich. Unthinkable, just a decade ago. It shows what can happen. He's not politically correct. He speaks out every time. He spoke out
Okay, so now we're getting someone from the AfD coming up by the sounds of it, and obviously there's controversy around the sort of political gerrymandering, let's say, of the system to try and ban them as extremists and whatever else, very similar to what they've done to Marine Le Pen. So let's hear what this guy has to say.
Are you there? I can hear you. This is a historic day. 1 million English people are here. The world is watching you, but one man isn't here. Your Prime Minister. What are you thinking about him?
These are genuine questions, anyone watching or listening out there in the chat, whatever, right? Have the White Stripes, like, made any sort of statement about the use of this song, like, as a chant at these things? Like, I'd love to hear what they think, because, let's be honest, it's the most popular it would ever have been in its lifetime. Like, it's utter garbage song normally.
We are here from Europe because your enemies are our enemies, because your fight is our fight. We don't want our daughters, our sisters getting raped. We don't want our brothers, our friends getting stabbed when they are defending them. We don't want judges who are releasing this scum. And we don't want the fake news media. They are telling us that our fight is not right. We are right. And they are trying to oppress us by any possible meaning. I've got 23 home searching this year in my house, so that the American Free Media wrote that the German Gestapo was there. Yes, that's bad, but Tommy was facing much more worse. You know, he was put into the prison, into jail. They'll try to kill Donald Trump. And they killed Charlie Clark. And they can...
Charlie Clark. Unfortunate miss. It was Charlie Kirk, of course. I don't think that's intentional.
But they can silence us. For each of us, they silence hundreds more standing up and saying, "Rise your colors!" And that's the reason why we are winning. They are telling us, we cannot stop the migration. Come on! You stop the Spanish Armada, you can stop these Robert vessels here, I am sure!
It's, the policies of not doing anything about it, that's the problem.
And we are winning everywhere. Donald Trump won the election in the USA. Fico in Slovakia. Orban is ruling in Hungary, Salvini in Italy. And I promise you, we, the AFD, we are going to win any upcoming election in Germany.
We shall see. Like, there could be any number of things that happen between now and then.
We are going to make Britain great again, and together we will make Europe great again. I am watching you and I see many flags. I see many different crosses. And this is because this is Britain, because this is Europe, and we have been fighting for this 2,000 years, and we will fight another 2,000 years if necessary.
For clarification, part of the problem that I was going to highlight as a clarification to this guy's commentary is, don't forget the AFD have a seriously aged and like old following. Like a number of their party members have passed away in the last couple of weeks, and within a very short space of time, which obviously leads a lot of people to have suspicion. But when you check the ages and conditions of these people, like they ain't exactly young, sprightly like Charlie Kirks. Okay, so when he says they're going to win at the next election, good luck. Like you've got to hope that your base turns out and i.e. does not like pass away from natural causes in between, because they are quite old.
Next up, play the video.
There can be no greater happiness to secure their own futures and secure the futures of their loved ones and their children.
They are proud of this country. They want to protect this country.
This country needs an honest, decent, pro-British political force which is actually going to act with integrity, without fear, without favour, and deliver for this country.
Welcome England. Welcome Scotland. Welcome Wales. And let's not forget, welcome Northern Ireland. Where is the Ulster banner? Collectively, we are the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Let no one put that aside. Fly your flags with pride. They represent our countries. They represent our union. Our politicians don't give a damn about our union. The Conservative Party is actually fully named the Conservative and Unionist Party. But they put a border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Our politicians don't stand for us. And I know why. When I was invited to come on this
like this is supposedly potentially going to be the sort of I'm your political alternative. Let's see what he has to say if he can. I think you're going to need a stronger policy than Keir Starmer is,
My speech, but that's perfectly acceptable. But what I want to say is this: in the run-up to the 13th of September, a lot of podcasters and a lot of interviewers asked me, Ben, if you're invited, will you speak?
Sorry, just to clarify, this is Ben Habib, and again, unless he's proposing a fundamental change in the way every single region, city, town operates in a localized fashion, feeding into a broader, less centralized government, not interested.
Democracy, give up the opportunity to speak to the British people. The question is not whether or not Ben Habib should be here. The question is, where are the other bloody leaders of the political parties?
Fair point.
Where are they? They all talk about populism. They talk about the majority interest. They talk about the needs of the United Kingdom, but they haven't got the courage to talk to you. I will, and Advance UK will speak for this country. What we stand for, let me tell you what we stand for. We stand for the nation state of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We don't just stand for our cultural Christian roots, we stand for our constitutional Christian roots, and there is a difference. People talk about our culture being Christian. They've forgotten that we are constitutionally Christian. What do you think these flags represent? They represent various saints of our country. They are Christian flags.
Law was based on, religious values.
We must not forget this. We, in Advance UK, will stand for the nation state and our Christian cultural and constitutional roots. We will stand for freedom. We will stand against the indoctrination of our children, who are told to be ashamed of our forefathers, who are told to be ashamed of the British Empire.
Yeah, critical theory of any type, and it doesn't just happen in our direction, man. Come on. Don't be naive, it happens in all directions. There's plenty of critical race theory towards blacks, Asians, all sorts, all over the world. The whole thing is a cancer. We need that erased from education straight away.
Today, with my exception, because they've fallen for this ridiculous cancel culture. They've fallen for the fear that they may be cancelled by not speaking to you. And we will therefore stand fearlessly for freedom of speech. It is the core. It is the heart of a democracy. There can be no progress in this country without freedom of speech.
But there equally needs to be freedom of consequence for that speech, should that speech lead to such a situation like we saw potentially this week with Charlie Kirk.
We stand against the supranational institutions, the international law, the European Union, the European Convention of Human Rights, the WHO, all these bodies that infect our political system. They are not democratic. They're bureaucratic technocrats.
They're corporatocratic. They are we are literally living in the original RoboCop 2 scenario right now.
Every member of the civil service does not follow the democratic mandate. And if we stand for nation, freedom and democracy, we will automatically deliver our fourth purpose. And our fourth purpose, about which we are now also aware, is that we have a two-tier criminal justice system. And that has to go. We will bring back equality under the law. The reason Lady Justice is blindfolded above the Old Bailey something which our forefathers recognized. She had to be blind to deliver justice fairly. You cannot be prejudiced by people's backgrounds or their belief systems. We will once again put a blindfold over Lady Justice, and all British citizens will be equal under the law.
So this is again fundamentally coming back to what I was saying about a fundamental change in our judicial system. That's good that he's mentioning that.
Now, I took the step. Some said very stupid step. I've questioned my own sanity from time to time. But I took the step to set up Advance UK because I know, as you heard on the video, that this country needs a new, honest, principled political force which will not bend. And we will not bend. But we can only deliver for you on one condition. We can only deliver for this country on one condition, and that is if you stand up. I can't do it on my own. My team can't do it on its own. We need you, the British people, to join Advance UK. So when you go home today, before you knock back your first drink or switch on Netflix and put your feet up, go on your phones, go on your laptops, go on your iPads, join Advance UK. Let's become the biggest overnight political force in the United Kingdom.
Okay, and look, but this is what I'm talking about. We need some organisation now.
The thing I want to say is I love my country, I love you, and I will not falter. I will deliver for you. Thank you very much.
I mean, what a platform for a political drive, huh? You know, I'm not saying Advance UK the answer. I think we've got to tread very, very carefully, okay? But he at least mentioned, like I say, the big problem we have with the Judiciary Commission, or Judiciary, yeah.
His name's George Simeon. I'll let him tell the story, because just as you saw the election robbed in the United States of America, we saw the election robbed in Brazil. The election was also robbed in Romania.
Shout outs to V over there on Romanian TV and Lack of Entertainment. Go subscribe to him as well. He's got some great coverage of what's been going on over there, and it's actually crazy the way they behave in their government, man.
We, as free Romanians, stand with Great Britain. We all are here to stand for freedom and democracy. And we stand with President Donald Trump and the United States of America. Across Europe, dictatorship is being imposed by Emmanuel Macron and Ursula von der Leyen.
Mate, like, this is hilarious because, like, go check out V, man. Like, he'll tell you the Romanian politicians are politically ignorant, bro.
And for our families, for our children, and for the future of our civilization. This year we had annulled elections in Romania. Emmanuel Macron, Ursula von der Leyen, and all the European Union bureaucrats meddled with our elections and annulled the electoral process. This is why I am here in solidarity with the Great British patriots.
I feel for this guy, man. Like, the nonsense that went on over there is hilarious.
We stand together with Tommy Robinson. We stand together with Elon Musk that managed to bring the freedom.
Not quite such a big cheer there for Elon Musk, eh?
You are a great nation which must survive, and you must stand up for your right.
It's like I stand with Elon Musk. Yeah, okay.
The future of your democracy, the future of your nation. We will be there to fight, and not only us. The Polish people, the Hungarian people, the Slovakian people will be there and fight with you. Thank you. God, faith, family, and homeland. Let's hear it.
God, faith, family, and homeland is what he was just saying it.
Hello. A beautiful day, everybody. Yeah, you're having a good time. Do you think Keir Starmer's having a good time? Keir Starmer's right, everyone. There's lots of thank yous I need to give today. Okay, lots of thank yous. I want to thank my mum and dad for putting up with some madness for so long.
Okay, so we're coming up to some thank yous here from Tommy. Is it coming up to the end now? Because I don't know how much longer I can keep going. Like,
my children are here today as well. And they get to see this, which is a beautiful moment for me, because for so many years they heard so much bullshit about their dad, so many lies. My ex-wife's also here today. Still love you, darling. But there's someone else I need to thank today. We all need to thank today. This would not have happened without the next gentleman who I want to bring out here to speak to you for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let me introduce you to
who? Are you kidding me? Is Elon here?
Congratulations, Tommy, on putting together an amazing event and really rallying the people of Britain.
Holy crap, Elon's here.
British public access to the truth and giving us free speech and fighting for our free speech. So on behalf of Great Britain and the British public, we're incredibly grateful.
You're most welcome. And you may notice this T-shirt that I'm wearing is great British author George Orwell. What would Orwell think? I think that's generally a good way to look at these things. He would want freedom of speech. He would want the people to know what's real. He'd want the people to fight against government oppression and fight for the truth and fight for the future of Britain.
Why is it important for you to be here today speaking at this Unite the Kingdom event?
Well, I'm of primarily British heritage, British ancestry. I want Britain to be greater than it ever has been. I want Britain to remain Britain. I think there's something beautiful about being British. And what I see happening is a destruction of Britain. Initially a slow erosion, but a rapidly increasing erosion of Britain with massive uncontrolled migration, a failure by the government to protect innocent people, including children who are getting gang raped. It's unreal. The government has failed in its duty to protect its citizens, which is a fundamental duty of government. This has got to stop. There needs to be massive government reform in Britain. And the people need to be in charge.
That's not wrong. That's not wrong, but again, I caution sheep's in wolf's clothing, Fabians, and Elon Musk.
Powered by the people, sending a message worldwide. Elon, you spend an incredible lot of money on X. Why is free speech so important to you?
Well, I believe you can't get to the truth of things without freedom of speech, without active debate. There's so many on the left that want to just crush debate and put people in prison just for talking, as you were, just for speaking their mind. The essence of democracy is it should be a government for the people, by the people.
We're harking back to that. That's exactly what I said, is it not? All through the stream, right back at the very beginning when we started this stream with Steve. What we need is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. On some of the rights of man, based on Thomas Paine's founding texts.
The government needs to be responsible to the people of Britain. It needs to protect Britain. It needs to protect the weak, those who cannot protect themselves, especially the children. And when I read about some of the horrific stories and how the government did nothing and tried to hide it, they try to hide these horrific crimes. And then you see how much violence there's on the left, with our friend Charlie Cook getting murdered in cold blood this week, and people on the left celebrating it openly. The left is the party of murder and celebrating murder. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. That's who we're dealing with here. That is who we're dealing with.
Elon, to so many of the British public who are scared to exercise their free speech, they're worried about being imprisoned, they're worried about being attacked, even to share their speech on your platform of X. What message would you give to them?
The message is really, my message is to the reasonable center. The common sense. So my appeal is to British common sense, which is to look carefully around you and say, if this continues, what world will you be living in?
As I was saying earlier, the centrism, we've got to get back to the middle. We've got to reduce that Overton window again.
Who just want to live their lives. They don't want they're quiet. They just go about their business. My message is to them: if this continues, that violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die.
That's some very strong words from Elon Musk there, owner of X, Tesla, SpaceX, great grandson of a famous technocrat. Some, inflammatory words.
You've inspired the nation. Elon, you've spoken a lot about woke culture, the woke mind virus, and how it damages innovation and freedom of thought. We know that DEI often sees people getting jobs when they definitely don't deserve them. Do you think this culture is holding back progress in the West? And what do you think needs to happen to reverse it?
Yeah, I'm appealing to sort of common sense and fairness. I want to emphasize just common sense and fairness, which is that we should make our decisions based on merit, on how, if somebody is talented and hardworking, then that should be the only means of advancement. There should not be discrimination on the basis of sex or religion or any race or anything else. And what a lot of the woke stuff is, it's actually super racist, it's super sexist, and it's often it's anti-religion, but only anti-Christian. Like, why only anti-Christian? That's unfair. So this is why, again, my message is to the reasonable middle. Do you not want a world where there is fairness and common sense and you advance as a function of how hard you work and your talent and your integrity. That should be all that matters. And the work by and virus that I call it is against all of that. Strong.
We hear so much about censorship being pushed by governments and global corporations and organisations. A lot of people don't understand why we're allowing mass, uncontrolled immigration into all Western nations. Do you believe that there are powerful forces outside of elected officials, someone controlling governments, that are trying to control the flow of information, and how do we resist that pressure?
Yeah, I think when you look at the behavior of organizations or people, you have to say, what is the incentive for these organizations? And frankly, there's a massive incentive on the left to import voters. So if they can't convince their nation to vote for them, they're going to import people from other nations to vote for them.
This was a strong policy of Barack Obama's era. I remember sat there watching him literally pretty much say, I don't care how you get across the border, as long as you're here, you can vote for me.
Succeeding, and you see strong movements to allow people who are not from Britain to vote in Britain, to allow people who are not from France or elsewhere to vote in those countries, and thus depriving the citizens of their democratic power. It's really a voter importation thing, and if they're allowed to succeed, if this is allowed to continue, they will succeed in importing voters, swaying the elections, and taking your vote away from you. That is 100% what is happening.
Do you know what's great? The BBC and the mass media cannot control this, can they?
I mean, the BBC is complicit in the destruction of Britain.
We pay for it, even. We pay.
Wow, there you go. He said it straight up. BBC complicit in destruction of Britain. Again, cool. You go back and watch Monkey Dust and see how quickly that got cancelled and where we are now.
Unfair, it is wrong.
Elon, a lot of ordinary people that are here today, they feel ignored, they feel censored, or they're blaming just for speaking up about their legitimate fears and concerns in their communities. Do you believe technology, like X or even AI, can finally give power back to those people? Or do you think it'll make censorship worse or even automate it?
I mean, that's a complicated question. It really depends on what government is in charge. The government can obviously use whatever powers are available to suppress the people. And so I really think there's got to be a change of government in Britain. And you can't, we don't have another 4 years or whatever the next election is. It's too long. Something's got to be done. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held. And really what matters is rallying the people of Britain, really getting the people of Britain to get the message out there, talk to your friends and family, and build a massive power base among the people. And like I said, you really got to appeal to the sort of average, the normal people that just want to go about their business. That they're sort of in a village somewhere, they're working, they just want to mind their own business, but you've got to point out to them that if we don't take action, they won't be able to mind their own business because other people are going to come and maraud them. There's genuine risk of rape and murder, and the destruction of the country, and dissolution of the entire way of life. And so, yes, in the normal course of business, if you weren't under a massive attack, then people should go about their business and just live their lives. But unfortunately, if the fight comes to you, you don't have a choice. You have to fight. So you have to rally all of the people of Britain to fight for.
I think what he means is you need to enact some preventative measures now, immediately, and start rolling it all back. Rolling it all back.
Will we be gagged any longer, Britain?
But you know what I mean, Tommy. You know what I mean. I mean, I talk to my friends in Britain, and they're like, yes, you know, they live in a village here or there, or a town or city here or there, and they're like, well, it doesn't seem like it's really that much of a problem. I'm like, well, if you want to know what's going to happen to your town or village, just visit London.
Yeah, I've come from there. I'm 224 miles away from there, bro. Like, ish. It's already starting to happen here, man. It's already starting to happen here in the middle of nowhere.
It starts in London, but it will spread to every town and village in the country, and no one will have any peace.
We're running out of time, people. We're running out of time. Elon, you built rockets, you built cars, you built satellites, you built AI. Things most of us couldn't dream of. It's fair to say you're a visionary. When you look at leaders in Europe and the UK today, do you think they share the same talent for future vision, or do you feel like they'll be left behind and out of touch?
Well, I think that we've got to have a freer country, a freer, Europe in general has to be freer. It's stifled by bureaucracy. I think it's good that Britain left the EU because there's just too much bureaucracy in the EU. But frankly, instead of really going down a path of personal freedom and deregulation and getting rid of these stifling regulations, unfortunately, the British government has pretty much stayed on par with the EU, if not in some ways made the stifling regulation worse. If you have excess government regulation and oppression, you stifle the freedom of people to try new and great ideas. And brings you that amazing things, some of the most boldest things on the entire planet. And that is possible in the future. But it can't be done if you've got this massive oppressive bureaucracy and a government that doesn't care about its people. And that has to change. There has to be profound change. And there's not much time left.
Elon, you've said before that civilization is fragile. We agree.
Yes.
It's precious. When you look at the West right now, every country in the West, with its wars, its divisions, its censorship, and its decline in trust in institutions, none of us trust them at all. None of the public trust them.
For good reason.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic about where we are heading?
I think if the people of Britain take charge and actually ensure that there's a government that represents their interests and not a government that represents foreign interests, then I think Britain has a great future. And I think we can be optimistic. I think there's amazing things that are possible. If the technology that's coming is used in the right way, we can have an incredibly exciting future, one which is, sort of Star Trek made real. It's sort of like the exciting utopian sci-fi where we have spaceships and we've got robots and we've got incredible technologies that are really exciting. But we need to preserve civilization long enough for that to happen, and we need to go onward and upward. And we need to fight for such a future. Such a future is not inevitable. We have to fight for such a future.
I think that many British people had lost hope, but after today's scene, have you got hope again, Britain? Britain is awake. Thanks to you, Elon. Thanks to your input. Can we just ask?
Well, thanks to you, Tommy.
Thank you, brother. Can we ask, what do you see as the future of the UK and Europe in your vision? Where are we heading? What's the future like for us?
Well, I think there needs to be a future where when people take charge, where there's deregulation, a massive reduction in bureaucracy, and generally a new hope, where people look forward, wake up in the morning and look forward to the future. They're excited about what's going to happen next. But we must have revolutionary government change for that to occur. And this is not ordinary course of business sort of stuff. This really requires everyone to sort of marshal the people, to take charge, reform the government, and make sure that you actually have a government that is for the people, by the people. And that's it's a separate. And that's not. And so we're really at a fork in the road here. We're at a fork in the road to dogmas or greatness. And that will be decided only in a matter of years. And we must take the path to greatness. And that's the path that's exciting and inspiring and will make life worth living.
Elon, you've done more than anyone to shine a torch on the crimes committed against a generation of our daughters. On behalf of everyone and on behalf of all of us in Great Britain, you know what, we wouldn't even be in the fight. Not only are we in the fight right now, but we're on the advance, thanks to free speech being fought for us by Elon Musk. We're very grateful, sir.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
There you go, Elon Musk wading in there. And again, like, nothing he said there is actually wrong, man. Like, but it's got really salient points, man. It's exactly what I've been saying. I don't trust Elon Musk as far as I can throw him, but he sure knows how to say exactly the right thing to the right audience, right?
2 seconds, I've got to find out where I was. Right. Ready?
Let Tommy find out where he was. But yeah, I mean, he's right. We have to appeal to the reasonable centre, the logical centre, the rational centre. We all need to pull together and, like, aspire for better, you know, like, and that doesn't mean that we all aspire to have a silver tea service in a £18,000 cabinet. Oh, hello, what's he saying now? Hold up.
We all saw what happened just 3 days ago with the horrific and brutal murder. I'm just changing the sequence here because I think after Elon Musk, who's fought for our free speech, I think now should be the moment that our country, in all of our millions that are here today, and the 1.6 million people that are watching live, say a thank you and honour the life of one of our generation's greatest, a man who inspired a generation of young men based on courage and based on faith. Let's play this little film.
Okay, so paying tribute there to Charlie Kirk.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here, and I have hope thanks to people like you. How old are you again? 13. 13. Here's a couple things I want to encourage you to do. Learn something new every single day, and focus on what it means to be a good person and a person of strong character. Aristotle said that courage is the ultimate virtue. Without it, there are no other virtues. If people aren't courageous, you don't have honesty, you don't have justice, you don't have beauty, you don't have wonder. And so at age 13, I want you to commit yourself to a life of courage. Courage is doing the right thing when you don't know how it's going to work out. Courage is committing yourself to the correct course of action, regardless of the cost associated to it.
Every human being, I believe, is made in the image of the divine, is sacred, is unique, and if we get away from this principle as we have, we not only have moral degradation, we not only have the collapsing society around us, but it's bad for that being itself. That being itself is unique, that being has rights, and who are we to say, just because we're older, that we get to murder it? Thank you.
Hello, Great Britain! You know, I keep hearing online a lot of folks saying the UK is cooked. I'm leaving the UK, the UK's done, but I'm looking at what, an army of 1 million people, so I gotta say bullshit to that. Britain's not done. Britain's not going anywhere.
I have no idea who this gentleman is here.
My name's Don Keith, for any of those that don't know me. Tommy Robinson and the folks who put this together are giving me the great honor of singing our national anthem for you, and it's one of the honors of my lifetime, so I want to thank you for that. And I want to sing this today. I want to do it to dedicate it to Charlie Kirk, great man that was taken from us way too early. This is the man who created a platform for people to come and debate the right way, civilly, which is what free societies are supposed to be all about, and they took him from us. They killed him for it. And so that's what we're up against. That's the evil we're up against. But I'm going to sing the national anthem right now, and I thank you all for that opportunity.
Okay, I think we're going to have the American national anthem in honor of Charlie Kirk.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose once bright sang bright star, free perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, traitors, that star-spangled banner wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you all very much. I love you all. I love you. God bless Great Britain. God bless America. I'm Don Keith. Thank you.
There we go. Nice little rendition of the American national anthem in the memory of Charlie Kirk. And the customary USA chants.
We want everyone now to fall silent as we pay respects for 1 minute for one of the bravest fighters, one of the most intelligent fighters, certainly is going to be seen in our lifetime. To Charlie's family, we all pray for you, and we hope we honour his life. And you'll know when the minute's up, because the bagpipes will play.
Silence held for the memory of Charlie Kirk, shot down in Utah just a couple of days ago. Our Lone Piper. Amazing Grace. rendition. Amazing Grace from the Lone Piper. In memory of Charlie Kirk, needlessly, senselessly taken from his family at just 31 years old.
When you hear people talk about the special relationship between America and Great Britain, this is the special relationship that you're seeing here. It's not between our governments. Does anyone think David Lammy or Keir Starmer have got a special relationship with America? They hate America. They hate everything it represents. They hate freedom. Keir Starmer dared to make a Twitter post about the murder of Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk lived in this country, he'd have been imprisoned for some of the things he said. So today, as well, there's only one country in the world and one government that's fighting for all of our free speech. It's not our government. It's certainly not the European Union. It's the Republican Party in the United States. It's J.D. Vance. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump may not have been elected if it wasn't for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's legacy to us in Great Britain is the only reason we have hope, that we have a fight, that we're still in the fight, and that we have an opportunity to regain our free speech. It's because of the legacy left by Charlie Kirk. His name will live on forever. Let's hope he inspires a new generation of people. Do not let them win. The time is now. Stand up, speak out. God bless Charlie Kirk and God bless the United States of America. We're now going to play a video message. I don't know how many of you have heard of the political party in Spain called Vox. You will all hear about them in the future because they're topping the polls. They've already said they will probably deport 8 million people from their homeland. The future, there's only one party that will save Spain. That party is Vox, led by a brave leader called Santiago. He wants to speak to all of you now.
Occidente está en una situación límite. Gran Bretaña y España están en una situación límite. Nuestra identidad como civilización y nuestros mayores logros como la democracia, el derecho de propiedad y la libertad de expresión están bajo asedio. Lo peor es que este ataque viene desde dentro de nuestras fronteras. Viene de quienes han promovido la inmigración masiva e ilegal de inmigrantes. Una auténtica invasión. Nosotros tenemos claro que solo existe una alternativa que salvaguarde lo que somos y la paz de nuestras calles. La deportación masiva de inmigrantes no integrados. Aquellos en situación de absoluta ilegalidad y también los regularizados que delinquen, así como los que intentan esa yihad que quiere imponer sus costumbres a las nuestras y quiere imponer la brutalidad primitiva de la Sharia a nuestras leyes. El ataque a nuestra sociedad de ciudadanos libres, que hemos contribuido durante siglos, viene también del consenso globalista del que participan todos los partidos tradicionales. Ahora su principal meta es acabar con la libertad de expresión. Quieren controlar las redes sociales, como controlan los medios tradicionales, públicos y privados, comprados con dinero de los contribuyentes.
So sound went a bit funky, I've been told. Sorry about that. It should be back to normal now.
Uno de sus instrumentos capitales es la aberración del invento antijurídico.
It should be back to normal now, not echoing anymore. Sorry about that.
Seguir a cualquiera que cuestione la gran mascarada que sostienen unos partidos políticos que ya no tienen ninguna credibilidad. Los partidos tradicionales y sus medios de comunicación están en pánico ante el avance del patriotismo, ante el avance de las fuerzas nacionales y del sentido común. Ese sentido común que pretenden convertir en una herejía. A ellos les decimos que no podrán callarnos. Por cada voz que silencien.
As you can see up on the top right there as well, it is looking absolutely jam-packed outside Trafalgar Square. it looks like the police again have been sort of pushing everyone, like sort of boxing them back in a little bit. There's a lot of people sort of climbing up on statues and whatnot earlier. But still, yeah, here we go. Yeah, they're pushing them back. They're pushing them back. We'll keep an eye on that. I mean, really, it's coming up to the sort of time that they're going to be issuing dispersal orders, I would imagine. So I can understand that the police may want to try and back everyone up a bit here and start trying to get ready to affect like some sort of dispersal pattern. As you can see, yeah, look, the police are absolutely flooding through the centre here, making everyone part out to the sides. That's quite a manoeuvre right there. Quite a manoeuvre. But we'll keep an eye on what's going on over there. I'm not entirely sure how long this gentleman's going to be speaking. I'm sure there's subtitles up on the big screen, but obviously, unfortunately, I do not speak fluent whatever it is he's speaking.
Y restauraremos con la verdad todos los espacios de libertad que nos han arrebatado.
It sounds like Spanish from here.
Prevalecerán y nuestros jóvenes, mayores y familias vivirán en libertad y prosperarán.
Whilst we have a video from the leader of the Vox Party, it's great to see women speaking out across Europe. The next lady coming up now, Ada Yuk, a beautiful Spanish lady here to deliver a speech on behalf of Spanish ladies.
Okay, so another speaker coming up here, Spanish lady coming out to speak on behalf of Spanish ladies. As I said earlier, I don't know how much longer I can keep going. I think we're up to like 6 hours, maybe coming up to 7 hours we've been on air now. So I'm going to keep going for a bit longer, but I may well have to actually stop and go get some food and stuff soon. But let's see what this young lady has to say.
This is for you. We love you. We stand with you. We will always have your back. And we love your husband, Charlie. Thank you, Tommy, for inviting me here today. The United Kingdom is so lucky to have a man like you leading the fight against the establishment. My name is Ada Yuk. I am not a politician, but a normal 25-year-old girl from Spain who wants her future children to know that she did everything in her power so they could grow up in a land where they feel free, safe, and at home. I want to speak to the young people out there today. Do you remember how life was when we were growing up? When we could play on the street with our friends? And when the people in our towns spoke our language? Our future children will never know how this felt like. Unfortunately, this is not the reality in Europe anymore. Just look around you. We have been sold out by our own governments. Currently, there are two types of people that exist in Europe. Those who know what is going on, but wait for someone else to fix it, and those of us who are here today. We have decided we are that someone because we are not afraid to put everything on the line to try to save the culture that our ancestors spent thousands of years building. I am sure this is not a surprise for any of you, but women and children are no longer safe in Europe. In 2024, 46% of the rapes committed in Spain were caused by migrants, even though they make up only 18% of the population. Aren't you tired of waking up every single day with the news of yet another innocent woman or child that has been raped, assaulted, or even murdered? No one here has any doubt what the problem we are facing is. It is mass migration of uncivilized people who is completely incapable nor willing to assimilate to our culture and way of life. Today, I stand before you as a daughter, a sister, and, God willing, one day a mother. Please, men, protect us. There is no more denying that our nations have been completely invaded and the terror has been already unleashed. We need you to stand up for our God, our culture, our safety, and our countries. Every nation needs 1 million people, just like Tommy Robinson in the UK, Santiago Pascal in Spain, and Donald Trump in America, who will do everything in their power to give our children a place to call home. And let us never forget about Elon Musk, who is the only reason why we are here today speaking freely. If Europe is conquered,
I'm sorry, I've gotta debate that a little bit, man. Again, beware of idolizing people too much. It's still a thing, man. Let's not get caught up in the same sort of reverse ideology, okay?
we are not having babies. The governments are taking our money and subsidizing the great demographic replacement of our nations. We need to start having more babies now. We need to unite and understand whatever difference we had as European nations in the past do not matter anymore. We have one common enemy, which is the political establishment. To the young people out here today, I hope you realize we are the ones with everything to lose. Our daughters will not wear burqas. Our daughters will not take school trips to mosques. And our daughters will not submit to an ideology which tells them they are second-class citizens in their own land. It does not make me a racist to say these things. It makes me a patriot.
I mean, it's one of
Silent because of fear, they allow another young girl to be raped by a migrant. They allow another grandmother to be arrested for a Facebook post. And they allow our future children to grow up in a land where Sharia law will be the law of the land. We can never accept this as a new normal. So, while they still allow us to speak the truth, we need to start having uncomfortable conversations, just like Charlie Kirk did with those around us who have been brainwashed by the mainstream media. Because guess what? They will not be spared. This is the last chance we have to take our countries back. If we do not fight back, we will not have Europe within one generation. So, our time is now. The time of being on the sidelines is over.
See, this is one thing that I've said has been an issue for a long time, is the idea of what are we leaving behind for children that are coming up beneath us.
God bless you and God save the West.
Yeah, like I say, I've been saying this for a very long time, even since the 80s, man. Like, culturally, we need to get to some point like Japan had, where like the elders are very respected and they also think very carefully about what they do. for the children coming up beneath them to make sure that there's plenty for them, rather than what a lot of people have the impression is that a lot of the time the rug has been pulled from under the generations coming up, like, you know, Gen X, Gen Z, Y, millennials, all that. I think this girl has some very salient points, but again, there's also some hyperbole going on here, that I do believe you can have a certain level of multiculturalism. It's just that you can't have absolutely unchecked, like, rampaging marauders coming in every second of the day.
To end at 6 o'clock. But from what I understand at the minute, we've gone way over our time. But the police have said that your behaviour has been impeccable today.
Oh, thank God he said it finishes at 6. Okay, I'll try and stick to that then.
Did you know that the opposition have been causing mayhem all day? Let me tell you what happened in the last 48 hours. I will release recordings tomorrow. 48 hours ago, Westminster Council revoked our licence for this event.
Wow, really? Really?
They attempted to make us clash with the Metropolitan Police Force once again. That's what they were trying to do. If we didn't have speakers today, this could have descended into anarchy. That was their intention. In a meeting with police officers yesterday, I had a statement for 2 days. Because 2 days ago we had no demonstration. In the meeting with the police, I explained to them, lads, they're trying to make us clash with each other. They've done this for a decade. They've made police officers clash with patriots. They have orchestrated it every time. And 2 days ago, they attempted to do the same again. Just so you all know, the Metropolitan Police Force had a decision to make. Do they enforce an order to prevent our demonstration, or do they allow it? The police made the decision to not enforce Westminster Council's.
Well, I mean, you've got to give a round of applause indeed to the Met for standing up and saying, nah, we need to let this happen, because they know what would happen if they didn't.
And every one of you today, thank the police officers today for upholding our rights and not allowing the government to bring violence to the streets of our capital. For too long, decent police officers' reputations have been dragged through the mud, and every time it's politicians at the top making it happen. We're grateful it didn't happen this time. So lads and lasses, you've been very patient. This has been a long event, but is everyone having a good time? Shall we carry on then? We've got another singer here now. Listen again to the lyrics of the song. It's about fighting. We're all here today to fight against a corrupt establishment and the fake news media.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to get another stinger on here. But yeah, I mean, I think we're in the final run now. As he said, their license is only until 6, so they're going to have to start moving people off soon. And honestly, I think that's probably a good time for me to sign off as well, so long as nothing, occurs, hopefully. It seems like everything's been generally peaceful. Yes, we've had a few minor scuffles go on up in the top right there, which is just off Trafalgar Square. But nothing that I would say wasn't simply crowd control. A couple of people got leery, might have got a bit too close to a baton. I've not seen any sign here that the police have been behaving in any way similarly to the smaller protests at Canary Wharf and whatnot. Yeah, overall, I mean, it's a resounding success. I think most people would accept what we've seen over what I'm at now, 6 hours worth of coverage at least, I think. I can't remember exactly how long ago we started now, but I've started 5 hours ago, crikey, yeah, so Yeah, we're coming up to like 6 hours of coverage, and I haven't seen anywhere near the sort of provocative behaviours from any of these good officers here that have actually done a pretty good job of keeping a buffer zone between counter protesters, also getting people down off of the structures at Trafalgar Square, and keeping things, as far as I've been able to see, mostly on the level. Like, it's been pretty good. But to be honest, it looks like we are at dispersal point. We are at yeah, what a day. What a long day it has been. It's been an awful lot of talking going on. Thankfully, from what we've seen, it's been just as Tommy prescribed, right? Peaceful protest, peaceful gathering, peaceful celebration even of common values. Not just, and I think this may be one of the factors that's like, a good takeaway from this is that it's not just the common values of us as Great Britain, as a series of countries, nation, United Kingdom, but also that the broader Europe, the broader Americas. There is no doubt that there is a global problem with the way the system currently works, and there does need to be change fairly soon. Again, I'm still not entirely sure how quickly any of this is going to happen and exactly which domino is going to be the first to fall. By which I mean, which major Western government that isn't America, which major European government, let's say, will be the first to step down and say we will have new elections, and how many of those elections will be legitimate, and how many of those elections will see a party that is genuinely of the people, by the people, for the people come into power. And like I said earlier, you've then got the greater, deeper complexities of what exactly is proposed as the alternate form of governance. And like was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier, the judiciary needs a really good looking at. But this is the thing, I think this has been a great day for the UK. I think they have carried themselves off with aplomb. They have presented themselves in a very, broadly speaking, a very civilized fashion. I can feel a little bit proud, actually, of the way that the people that you see on your screens right now walking around have largely just kept it to the point and tried to not get too leery or let it get out of hand. There's a lot of heated debate going on, no doubt. I mean, you see up on the top right there's a couple of gentlemen having a bit of a debate there. But again, this is the point. Debate is fine. Debate is healthy, whether you agree or not. Even better if you disagree, because then between the two of you, you can flesh out the differences, the fine orders, the details, and work through to a compromise. And I think, again, that's where we have a big divide and a big problem, which was highlighted in the appearance of mystical Elon Musk. Like Zebedee out of nowhere pops up, Elon Musk. Is that, there actually does need to be some return to the center. We need to reduce the extremes of the Overton window from where they've been gradually, bit by bit, pushed further and pushed further. We actually do need to be very much more aware of who it is you're actually voting for one thing. I mean, down here in Cornwall, we had a couple of Reform people win, and like, according to reports, at least one of them or both of them have not turned up to a single council meeting since. And in response, one of them turned around and said, well, I was just like a ballot paper on paper, like, vote. I didn't really even I didn't think I'd even win. And it seems like they don't frankly really care enough to do anything about it. I don't know, maybe they've said something different since, but this is what I mean, is that we actually do need a true centrist party that goes, you know what, there are actually some valid arguments on both sides in the reasonable zone. Yeah. Like, I mean, we're not talking about like the stupid way that people portray like Charlotte or things like that of like, oh, let's get people on both sides. No, like, what I mean is, not every policy of each side of the equation is necessarily incorrect by premise. And the problem is all of the layers it goes through to go from what ostensibly was probably not the worst idea to then being utterly corrupted through the bureaucratic process and the judiciary system and the House of Lords and Commons, to the point that what we're getting in the end of it is absolute lunacy. I do feel like decentralization is a big factor. Obviously, deglobalization is a big factor. If we learn anything from the lockdowns, the result of that was massive supply chain issues. And if supply chain can be that badly affected by such a system like that, then surely it's the best idea to start supporting our farmers and getting like local produce supply again up and running properly, not trying to pay them ridiculous amounts of money to turn them into solar farms or rapeseed farms to make loads of oils and additives or whatever else they're being offered. I mean, it's it's not easy, is what I'm saying. I am kind of rambling there on some of the key issues that you kind of have to look at just from day one, and I'm still waiting to see a genuine political manifesto from a party made up of people that are those that excel in their individual fields relative to the position they may hold in national or local government. I genuinely believe that as the UK, we need to move to a slightly more similarly federal system. England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, they all need to govern themselves as a nation. And within that, all of the local communities or larger block regions need to be able to govern themselves for their needs and their economic landscape. Because again, one of the big problems we have is a sort of economic migrant system or economic migration in the sense of, and I don't mean that in human sense, I mean that in the sense of our productivity. What do we produce as a nation? Or have we had some farmland suddenly turn into a massive block of office buildings to do tech, really high tech, in a city that traditionally was a bunch of miners? A good example could be somewhere like Sumo Studios in Sheffield, as example, right? Like Sumo Digital were a games developer, and they were based in Sheffield, and that's exactly an example that I have there of putting a high-tech, like, video games company, in inverted commas, in the heart of an industrial centre that was primarily known for doing, actual real stuff, like, making steel and, like, producing the stuff you build ships out of and that, not like fiddling around with a bunch of zeros and ones that ultimately give you pleasure through playing a video game. That's not to belittle the games industry. I worked in it for over a decade and a half, right? Like, easily. I know the trials and tribulations, as you'll know if you're watching this on Pains Games or Fluid Vision. I've done my time at the bottom, and I've seen the insidious creep that has led to the censorship and like the whole PayPal, sorry, not PayPal, Visa and MasterCard and Steam situation, which obviously coincided with me having just bought a damn Steam Deck, which I'll probably have some videos about that at some point on Pains Games. But back to the point, like this whole thing has been a interesting view. I really appreciate any of you that have tuned into this and checked it out and watched it with me. But it's been a great day. Look at that lovely view over the Thames there, looking up at the London Eye. I do think that this has been a great success for Tommy Robinson. This has been a great success for us as Great Britain, as a nation, to broadcast to the world. We've carried it off well, come off without any major incidents at this stage. Super happy to report that. There's been tributes, there's been songs, there's been a lot of talk about what's wrong with the country. I sincerely hope, though, that this is a point at which everyone, all of us, can just appreciate the power of discourse, the power of discussion, the power of getting together. Because this is what they've been trying to shut down, people. Look at it in your local pubs. I've said this for years, and again, in my broader experience in life, I've managed pubs. I've managed many establishments, pubs and nightclubs, actually. And I knew what they were doing when they brought in the smoking ban. I knew that that was the thin edge of the wedge to start shutting down free speech in public areas. And pubs have died an absolute death in the interim, even nightclubs and music venues, because again, it's very hard to control discourse if everyone's doing it in their local tavern. And look where we are now with the proposals of that law that prohibits offence to those that work in these establishments. Therefore, the only way to enforce the law is to ban anyone from talking in the pub. Okay? We there? Are we there? Are we following with that? Yeah. This is what I mean about this having been this whole experience of the last 6 months to a year now. It's just been vindication after vindication after vindication of things that I've been warning people for years. And like so many others, like, yeah, I have been pretty derided for having said all of it. And now it's all like there right in front of everyone for everyone to see. Look at everyone talking, and as we kind of cycle back round to the top of the show, the Fabian Society, the sudden like boost in people searching for that and finding out more about that, and how that all relates to the politicians, the politics, the businessmen, all of the people where the money's coming from, how that affects the politics. It's all come to a head. It's all come to a head. We've had a great day here that highlights it in our country, in our nation. Let's just hope someone actually has a plan. I have no idea if advance are really the people to do it. But I think the next step is for Monday morning, all of us to wake up to the news that Keir Starmer has stepped down, and they are going to call a snap election. Is that going to happen? I have absolutely no idea. I can't say that I'm super confident of that. But as we round up here, I think it's coming up to 6 o'clock now. On 6 p.m. We have been at it all day here with the London free speech rally. Oh, hello, hold on. Just as we're about to wrap up, let's see what's going on here. Okay, we've got some activity again kicking off down at Trafalgar Square. Have a little listen in. It could well be, again, just that the police are trying to disperse people and people are resisting for some reason.
Well, you also got through anyway, because of the barricade.
What's that, buddy?
With any other auditors today?
Am I what?
With any other auditors? Or is it just you?
Just me, I'm with myself.
Oh, fair enough. You like?
Yeah, at the moment I am, yeah.
Okay.
Cheers, buddy.
Okay, well, there you go. And again, this is what I mean. I think that, that's the limit of what we've seen today, I feel, is that there's been small scuffles here and there. As I've said, like, you got to understand that the police do actually have to move people around. They do have to make sure that you don't have clashes of opposing forces. Yeah, it's been great. So, yeah, let me get back to where I was at. I'm going to start getting ready to sign off. It's been like, 6 hours? At least here. Many thanks to Steve for joining me early on. Apologies that you couldn't see it through to the end. Many thanks to all of you that have tuned in to this very first edition of the Waking Lions podcast. It's like sort of auspicious data to kick off on. And thank you for seeing through the technical issues as we've gone. It had started off being difficult getting streams out, but luckily, like, these two have been pretty solid throughout. And yeah, stay tuned. We will be back with more content soon here on Good Vision and Payne's Games. I will get around to finishing the precinct. I know, people are shouting that at me. I'll finish that off. I've got a whole bunch of other things to we play through on there. Meanwhile, on Fluid Vision, we will have more Waking Line podcasts coming up, and as Steve highlighted, we'll be tackling the salient issues of the day, and also still branching out into some of the more broad theories or informations available out there, that are seemingly increasingly available out there as time goes on. There's a few other subjects in the media at the moment we wouldn't mind taking a look at. For example, Atlas 3i, that is supposed to be coming into a very close passage at the end of October, so we're going to have a little look-see into that. But for now, I think I'm just going to have to crawl off somewhere and have something to eat and drink, and just say thank you very much for joining us here on the Waking Lions podcast. I hope all of you take care out there and stay safe out there. I hope you are all ready to start voting with your wallet and voting with your voting slips. Could be close to a general election. Make sure to research everyone. Don't take my word for it. Don't take their word for it. Research everyone very carefully, and let's try and make some sort of difference before we fall off the cliff like old Uncle Elon suggested. Okay, thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. Stay tuned on Fluid Vision and Payne's Games, and I'm out.